All right. Good morning, everyone. Today is Wednesday, the 24th of September, 2025. And I'm calling to order the meeting of the Minnesota Supervised Release Board. We will start with a roll call of members. We'll start with Joe Earhart, just for everyone's sake, is absent today, excused. Andrew Larson.
Present.
Cheryl Ramstead.
Present.
Jody Nelson.
Present.
Don Strufert.
Present.
Christine Bray, I do not believe is on, but will be heading this way shortly. I want to just review one item. We do have one of the items that is listed on the agenda for today is consideration of under new business of a parole discharge request. I'd like to propose to the board a modification of the agenda and hold that, since this is the first case that we've had of a parole review for discharge, and allow us to have an opportunity to have a conversation about these cases, how this gets looked at, what the policy is, and those sorts of things. This was put in place during the time that the commissioner was responsible. And so I'd just like to review the policy and those sorts of things as with the board before we engage in reviewing discharge. But I certainly would welcome input, thoughts, or opposition to that if there is. Otherwise, I would move removal of that item from the record for today, and allow us to have some conversations to discuss it prior to considering discharge. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Any discussion about that? Hearing none, we'll call the vote on this. Member Bray is not here. We'll go to Member Larson.
Yes.
Member Ramstead.
Yes.
And this is not a juvenile case. So this is one of the things that I need some guidance on, just because we are going to have cases where this would, and in the application of those cases, would there be, what does that look like in terms of discharge requirements? And so Schnell would vote yes in this case. And that satisfies the quorum. So that would be removed for today and brought up at a later time after we've had a chance to review that policy. So with that, we would move right into the first hearing. I'm assuming we're ready to proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Stefan Shannon, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, and the rest of the board members that were just previously introduced. Our records indicate that on June 26, 2012, police officers were dispatched to a residence upon a report of a shooting. When the officers arrived, they found the victim, a 5-year-old boy, lying lifeless on a sofa with a gunshot wound to his upper back. Further investigation revealed that Stefan Shannon and his juvenile accomplice had shot at the residence in retaliation for a previous shooting at a different residence the day before. On June 28, 2012, officers located Shannon and his co-defendant at a hotel and arrested them. On February 5th of 2013, in Hennepin County District Court, Stefan Shannon was sentenced to 336 months or 28 years for the offense of second-degree murder. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Stefan Shannon now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years incarceration. Today's review represents his first review after serving approximately 13 years of incarceration. His original confinement release date is March 24th of 2031. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Shannon is eligible to be considered for release as of June 26th of 2027. Thank you. Turn this matter over to the board.
Good morning, Mr. Shannon. How are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
As a result of today's meeting, I would just like to be considered for minimum custody after I complete CTEC, which I start Monday. It's approximately a 4-month program, cable and fiber optics. So after that, I would like to be transitioned down to minimum custody, and then subsequently to that, after a period of time, whenever I'm eligible for work release, I would like to be considered for work release as well. And that's my main hope for today.
Can you talk about what makes you feel you're ready to step down?
Yeah, of course. I think I've been through a series of, ups and downs throughout my incarceration, the downs being primarily in the first quarter of my incarceration. I put in a lot of time, since I guess 2018 is when I started to really try to make a difference and change my behaviors, change my thought processes. So since that time, I think I put in a lot of effort and a lot of time and attention into myself, into my skills, my qualities, my characteristics, my social skills, etc. And I just feel like if being incarcerated is about rehabilitation, I feel like I've come to a place in my life where I'm seeing that, and I would like to, test and see how much further I can go to reach my fullest potential. And I think transitioning and proving to not only you guys but myself that I'm ready, that I've put in the work necessary. The only way to do that, I feel, is to go through the process of transition.
The proposition, so can you talk a little bit about the demonstration of change in the course of your incarceration? Because, part of the things that, while I hear what you're saying around, step down is the way to do that and to test that, you're serving a sentence, and in part because there was a child that was killed. And so we want to make sure that we're not testing things that are contrary to the interests or the public safety interests of the community. Can you talk about the changes you've made and demonstrated during the course of your incarceration?
Well, I think a lot of my first 17 years of life, I was very, very emotionally unstable when it comes to like my actions and my reactions to situations. My anger was pretty terrible at a young age, and I reacted to a lot of things very quickly when I was young, and I think that was the biggest thing that led to this, was not really considering, as far as my crime is concerned, not really considering the potential consequences of my actions. So I was very impulsive in those decisions that I was making, and even into my incarceration, the first 5 years, I was pretty impulsive and pretty just reactionary to everything, and so that was that's the main thing that I've worked on, is, controlling my responses and trying to be more thorough in my thinking process. So that, along with, just being able to be social and to, understand that I've done what I've done in my past, but I can be better, you know. And I poured a lot into other people around me, and just for reciprocal, just to see the reciprocal effects of that, you know, just trying to do the best that I can to understand that all my actions and all my endeavors have impact on the world. And whether that be negative or positive, I need to be conscious of those decisions that I'm making. So that's the main thing, the main things that I've worked on. And just having a purpose. I understand that a life was taken in this process. So I always think about that when I'm making decisions as well, is that now I have something bigger to live for than just myself. Because if I don't do something positive, if I don't make the proper changes, then that means that a life was taken for no reason. And so I carry that with a lot of gravity. I understand the gravity of that. And I consider that in all my actions.
I know that it's just a manner of speaking, but a life was taken for no reason in this case, right? Wasn't taken to make you a better person or to help you, but I think, to your credit, you've done things to demonstrate that change. You also had a conviction for a fourth-degree assault in 2014?
Yes, sir.
What was the circumstances of that?
I think it was around the same time where I was accepting my guilty plea and sentencing. It was around that same time, and I just I don't know. I was very agitated at the time with my circumstances, and it was a disagreement with an officer that led to an assault. It's just something that just got out of hand, and I think I contribute that. I take full responsibility to that, and I contribute that to like I said, my impulsivity and not really thinking clearly about what was happening. So my inability to control my anger, my inability to control my actions led to that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open floor up to other members for questions.
Mr. Shannon,
Yes, sir.
you've been recently in North Dakota and back to Minnesota. Can you, I'd like to hear how your experience was in both prisons and and what led to switching back and forth.
Yeah, so originally when I went there, I went under the terms of, I really needed a change. I really needed to experience something different. And I felt like my environment was kind of, in a sense, suffocating to my growth and to being able to really explore like the things that I've worked on, being able to utilize it. So I wanted to transfer out of state, and to be near my wife at the time so I wanted to transfer out of state to just try to, have a different environment. And so when I went out there, to my surprise, I didn't know what to expect at first, but to my surprise, the new environment, being able to just be myself and, really put the skills that I've learned to use with people who didn't know me prior to, to all of that. So just being out there with those new people and, socializing in a different environment and, getting into programming. I became a mentor out there to people who were coming into prison at between 18 and 25. I completed other little programming, cognitive behavioral skills, and in a sense, that was kind of like a restorative justice program that I was in. It's called Restoring Promise. So being able to just give back and just understand the impact that I made on the world in a negative way, and understanding how I can repair that and start making impact on the world in a positive way. I think I was really able to reach a new level of growth out there. They provided a very safe and structured environment for me. So, I mean, at some point, obviously these laws changed and these were all unexpected things. So I was making the change on my own out there, but obviously these law changes presented a new opportunity as well. So I started working towards those goals. I wrote Miss Rebecca Holmes Larson. I wrote the commissioner and just explained to them what I was doing out there and, you know, what I wanted to see happen in the future and things of that nature. Just asking for an opportunity to show that I have changed. And eventually I needed to come back to Minnesota because I mean this is where I'm from. This is, you know, this is where I needed to be back in this environment and be in a position to experience the opportunities of transitioning, et cetera, et cetera. So I also wanted to come back here and prove to myself that although I left to change and to show change, I wanted to also show change here. So I just needed to come back and do that. I hope
Can
that
you
answers
talk a
your
little?
question.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Can you talk a little bit about how Minnesota has changed, or how you've changed, or what? Uh, how does Minnesota look to you right now? What are some of the advantages here? It's sort of what's changed more, you or Minnesota?
I mean, I mean, I've changed, but I didn't expect. I mean, there was some things that are different here, obviously from North Dakota. There are different things, but there are opportunities here that also weren't out there. So, like being involved in C-Tech or having an opportunity to complete C-Tech, which is a trade that I didn't have previous to that, to now. So, that's going to be a great opportunity. I guess Moose Lake hasn't changed all that much, you know. It's kind of the same as when I left it. But I think I'm just different now. Like even when I walk through the halls and I interact with people and interact with staff, or I just feel completely different than before I left. Before I left, I kind of felt like I had not necessarily a negative air, but over me, but I wasn't comfortable. And I don't think I was comfortable in my growth process. Um, and so after I left and come back, now I just feel completely different about everything. Feel more positive. I'm optimistic about the future
Just
than I
one more
did.
question. What about any fears of retaliation for your actions in Minnesota, or anybody out to get you here on the streets? What's it going to be like there?
Honestly, I don't believe so. I mean, obviously, I can't predict any unforeseen things, but I haven't heard anything, or I don't feel any fear of retaliation. Um, I just want to show that I'm different. I can't change nobody else. I can't change circumstances that haven't presented themselves. So I just want to be able to work on my own coping skills and work on my own understanding of how to act in a situation or how to respond in a situation. I can only control myself.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shannon, I've got a question about your future goals vocationally. I think I read in the materials that you thought college wasn't for you, which I'm curious about because you are a pretty articulate writer and thinker and speaker. So just wondering about that. And I think I read that you are interested in Red Wing as
Yes,
your
ma'am.
next. And what is it that's attractive to you there? And so just your vocational plans. Where do you see yourself headed?
Well, originally I didn't have a like I said, college. I just felt college wasn't necessarily a thing for me. I didn't want to go to school for another 4 to 8 years or whatever doing because I know what I want to do kind of, and that's in the logistic field. I want to start my own logistics company, and I want to start by getting my CDL license, which I can't do here or in a institutional setting. So that's something that I have to go to school. I mean, technically that is school. I would have to go to school to get that. So I just didn't want to waste another 4 to 6 years on a degree when I know exactly where it is that I want to be ultimately. Obviously, things can change, which is why I've secured a backup plan, with the cable and fiber optics program. So, and then being in Red Wing, I just felt like they got the construction class, which is something I wasn't necessarily interested in, but it's an interesting opportunity that I will be able to take part in the ICWIC program, being a part of that, you know, building affordable homes for people. That's also another avenue that I never really thought of, but it's something that I'm willing to take part in. They got the employee program, and obviously the employee program is going to be able to help me with skills like interviewing and, you know, just certain job skills and job training that I'll need. So that's why I wanted to go there. And yeah, I don't know. Is there something else that you wanted to know regarding that? I kind of lost track
Yeah,
of
no, that's good. Yeah, I
track
see
of
where you're
thought.
heading.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, C-Tech is gonna be fun to say the least. I'm interested.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I do have a question, Mr. Shannon. What do you envision being the areas that you need to continue to develop on to be successful in any kind of reintegration back into the community?
I think one of the main things that I still need to work on is just conflict resolution when it comes to like not agreeing, because I do have my own thought process. I do have my own beliefs and my own morals and principles, right? And sometimes when you're in like work settings or in set situations where you don't necessarily control who's in this environment, sometimes you have disagreements with people about whatever the wherever it may be, whether it be job related or whether it's personally related. I still need to work on how I respond in those situations, because although you don't agree with a person doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go back and forth and make it a combative, you know, argument or a debate. So those are still areas that I need to work on, trying to be empathetic, understand other people's point of view, and at the same time express mine, and then know when to, all right, we're not getting anywhere, or, you know, I'm not going to understand what you're saying. You're not going to understand what I'm saying. So let's just, you know, agree to disagree, you know. So that's something I'm still working on. And I think I can get better at that, even with my family and with my own personal friends, just working on how to deal with those situations when you don't necessarily agree with a person. Yeah.
Sure. No, I respect that. So are you doing anything currently, or do you have plans, whether it's a specific program or anything to get registered for, or to start a program in an attempt to address that?
I don't have a program currently that answers that, but I do a lot of my own personal work when it comes to reading and communication, learning how to deal with communication skills and stuff like that. Those are all personal pursuits, although they bleed into this, you know, obviously those are all personal pursuits of mine that I study.
Yeah.
So,
No, good for you.
but I,
Good
I
for you.
definitely would. I mean, I don't know if you guys know of me, but I would definitely be open and interested in dealing with, you know, conflict resolution programming and stuff like that. Even if I can create it myself, if it doesn't exist, I would be willing to do that.
All right, last question for me. So I did see, I think there was some, and you had talked a little bit about disciplinary history, and certainly in the more recent past, your disciplinary has dropped off dramatically. I did see that there was some discipline in early 2025, if I remember correctly. Can you talk a little bit about that? I didn't remember seeing what the specifics of that were.
Okay, so when I was in North Dakota, if I'm not mistaken, I had uh three violations. One of them was specific. It was an argument with a staff member. I was playing chess. I had a library job, and I was
Yep.
playing chess in the library. I mean, and from my understanding, that's probably the quietest game you can play, you know, in the world is chess, right? But a CO said that I wasn't allowed to do such, and I was unaware of that being a rule. So I kind of went back and forth with him about that, and he was just saying like, you know, that it was disturbing the environment, whatever the case. And I mean, not to diminish it, I just didn't know that that was a rule. So I went back and forth with him on that, and he decided to write me up. And we had a mediation after the fact, and we came to an understanding, but at that time the write-up was already in motion, so I didn't have a chance to refute that. But we did, shake hands and talk about the situation. My other my other two violations were cell compliance. One was cell compliance related. The other one, I was a few minutes late to work. So those things, I don't feel like they were big things per se, but I mean, a rule is a rule is a rule. So I definitely take full responsibility and accountability for those. Those were equivalent to, it's called RTQ out there, but they're equivalent to LOP here.
Good. All right.
So-
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Shannon, did you have two disobeying written orders from staff in 2025? And if so, what were they related to?
Those were the same thing. So out there, like when you violate a rule, it's in the rule book. So any rule that's in the rule book is considered, if you violate it, it's considered disobeying a direct order or disobeying an order because it's written in the rule book. So it wasn't the only one that I can say is an actual argument or debate was with the staff over playing chess in the library. The other ones were, like I said, cell compliance, being late to work, and I think that was it, unless there's another one that I'm unaware of. But
The
the reason why,
disobeying
the reason why,
orders were
okay.
several months apart, weren't they? Both in 25, but weren't they?
Yeah, let me I think I got it here too. Somewhere. Yeah, I have one right here. It says telephone regulations, and that's when I first got to North Dakota, I made a three-way call.
I'm
Dis-
talking about your 2025. There's two noted for 2025. And I'm
Yeah,
asking
okay.
you if those two are two different incidents and they were several months apart from each other.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. They were.
Okay. All right.
One was,
Thank you,
I
Mr.
think, if
Shannon.
I'm not sure, one was in January and the other one was another time. Yeah, it's only showing up one on here, but I'm sure, like you said, it was another one as well.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Shannon, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comment that you'd like to make to the board.
Yes, sir. Like I said, I've done a lot of work on myself up until this point. I hope I've been able to delineate that to you guys and paint that picture of what I've done. And I mean, I am who I am on paper, and I hope that I confirm that to you guys today. I'm doing the best that I can with the circumstances that I'm in right now, and I'm willing to continue putting in the work and continuing to do whatever it's going to take for me to reach my fullest potential, not only in this environment, but to transition back into society. I understand the gravity of the situation that a life was taken. I do not take that lightly. I do wear that. I wear that every day in my actions. And I want y'all to know that I don't think that life is a game. I don't take second chance opportunities lightly, and I'll be the best that I can be as I move forward.
Thank you for that. With that, this time I will close the discussion, and during board discussion deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I'd open this to board discussion.
Point of information, what are some of the steps that are available between now and his minimal release date? He's at a minimum custody right now. What?
Medium, he's at medium.
Medium custody, okay.
So I mean, the options between now and then could be anything the board wants, including, a look at step down to minimum. It could also include a work release placement if we wanted to do that. So those are some of the options.
I would make a motion to deny parole and step him down to minimum in Red Wing if possible.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. What other thing? I just want to just a point of, I appreciate the if possible, because I think we're just in light of placement side, it's just a placement challenge right now. And so we're really having to manage the best use of where people go and those sorts of things. So it may not be red winged, but we have minimum custody in other settings as well. But we would certainly look to a minimum move. And so is there a period of continuance?
A year?
How long?
A year?
So he is, let's just look at this. So he is right now, I think he said CTEC's about 4 months. So I'm guessing sometime in early next year, in January, he'd finish that, I'm assuming. So that moves him 4 months longer before we would even be able to move him to a minimum placement. Does that have any bearing? And given the fact that he would, let's just say that he were to do that, he were to be in minimum for a period of time, of whatever that is, and he's got a June of 27 before he is minimally eligible. So I'm just trying to think about how we frame stage this timing wise, if based on the step down motion. So I don't know if that, I just wanted to lay that out in terms of.
Would you make a recommendation, Paul? Because you understand that.
Well, I mean,
Then he would go to work release. Do we need to be a part of that decision, or can he?
We could establish that. I think one of the things we could do is if we wanted to do this, we could say 16 months, which would allow him to finish CTEC and then do a year. He would be roughly 6 months for minimum eligibility, at which time he could be seen, look at work release placement at that time, and go from there. I mean, that would be one option.
I support that.
I would too.
All right, other things that people would like to see, please.
I'm going to vote against this motion because I don't see anything in his record that shows he's earned or deserves this. I don't see a fleshed out plan. Just a few months before he requested getting a transfer back here, he said he was going to, in October 1st of 24, he said he expected to stay and be paroled in North Dakota. I don't see consistency. He doesn't seem to have support in the community. He has 2 infractions this year. His record is, we haven't seen what his record will be now that he's back in Minnesota. Previously, he had 18 disciplines in Minnesota. Granted, he had none in North Dakota, but now he's back in Minnesota and we need to see what his conduct's going to be. So I oppose anything less than a 3-year continuance to see what comes of the next 3 years.
Just circling back, one of the things I was concerned about was the release plan. But I was thinking if we extend him for 16 more months, that should give him time to come back to us with a really solid release plan.
So a release plan would be one, really the development of a solid release plan would be one of the things I'm hearing. I do think that, this, as it was noted, and I think as he points out, some of the issues around interpersonal conflict, I think is something that really needs to be tested more. Even by zone admission and identification, that's an area of needed growth. We also see that in some of the recommendations that came out of the evaluation out of North Dakota. Um, um, I think looking at some of the stuff around stress and risk around transition, and in particular, I think, to your point, just around residents and who he's living with and the relationship questions or issues, I think remain, something that is going to need to get sorted out by Mr. Shannon and his family and others who are involved. So there is a motion and a second. Any further thoughts, discussion? Hearing none. With the other caveat, and this should go without saying, but the remain discipline free is one of the standards that we would include, certainly. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
No.
Board Member Ramstead,
No.
Board Member Nelson,
Yes.
Board Member Struford,
Yes.
and Schnell will vote yes. The motion prevails for 2. Mr. Shannon, the plan will be to move this forward, certainly to work on CTEC. I think you heard loud and clear that, when you come back before the board in terms of moving forward, certainly a really, really well-developed, solid release plan will be necessary. And it's not probably a surprise to you, to your own suggestion, really working on some of this conflict resolution. And one of the ways that you may be able to do that is to reach out to behavioral health there and ask for some one-on-one time, work with your case manager on other thoughts that may exist there. But that really becomes important. And some of the COG skills programs themselves can be helpful around that. I know you've done some of that, but that can be a useful exercise as well.
And I underline too, he has been involved in some of the peer assistance programs, and that'll be available also to him.
Yeah. So
Strength there.
Yeah, there are folks there at the facility he's at right now, but we would look to, your team there would begin the process of planning for a minimum transfer once you get closer to completing CTEC, and we'll figure out exactly where that will be. As I said, it could be Red Wing, but it may not, and go from there. Any questions about this?
No, sir. I appreciate your consideration.
All right, and we will get you a letter that will lay out all the details of this and the expectations. All right?
One
Yeah.
question. Can I make
Yeah.
a comment? My transition plan, and my release plan was done in North Dakota, right? As I was preparing for this, so I wasn't able to put as much detail as I would have liked to, just because I had a lack of Minnesota-based resources in Minnesota. Yeah, there was just information that I just didn't have access to being in North Dakota, which is one of the reasons I decided to come back as well. So I definitely take that into consideration, and I will work on coming up with a much more detailed and much more realistic release plan.
Excellent. Thank you. We wish you well.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck.
Our next hearing is also at Moose Lake.
Commissioner, can you clarify Harris's sentence? Is it 2 back-to-back 408-month sentences? 1 for each murder?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's why he was at 20.
I'm sorry, that's why it's a 20-year minimum and not 15 under the statute? Thank you.
I guess one additional clarification on that, if I could, if I remember correctly, one of the sentences is already satisfied. Is that correct? And so he's essentially serving the second consecutive sentence. Am I remembering that correctly?
His original, I have to check on that.
Okay, that's fine. I was just curious.
So here's technically no, because they're consecutive aggregated
Okay,
sentences. So it's not complete one and start the next. Consecutive aggregated overlap a little bit and extend your time.
okay.
That doesn't explain it very well.
All right. Ready to go.
Looks like if you want to unmute. Can you guys hear us?
Yep, we sure can. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Krishan Harris, who is present by live stream video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Mr. Harris also has his advocate, Ms. Jane Ann Murray, present with him at the facility. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Also participating today is Board Member Christine Bray, Board Member Cheryl Ramstad, Juvenile Expert Member Jody Nelson, Juvenile Expert Member Don Struford, and also Member Andrew Larson. Our records indicate that on April 11th, 1998, officers with the Minneapolis Police Department were dispatched to a residence after a reported shooting. Officers at the scene spoke to a witness who informed officers that he and a friend had just witnessed a shooting and that there were 2 other victims in his house in the basement who had been shot in the head. Officers entered the residence and observed 2 males lying in the basement face down with head injuries consistent with gunshot wounds. The witnesses informed police that they were at the residence with the 2 victims and Krishan Harris. The witness reported that he was in the kitchen counting money when Harris took out a gun and ordered that the money be put in a bag and given to him. Harris then told everybody to crawl to the basement and lie face down on the floor. The witness then heard 4 shots fired and felt pieces of concrete from the floor strike his face. He waited until Harris left their house and found that his friend was unharmed while 2 other victims were shot in the head. Krishan Harris was subsequently arrested on November 18th, 1998. Krishan Andrew Harris was sentenced to 2 counts of second-degree intentional murder in Hennepin County District Court. The term for each sentence is 408 months to be served consecutive, aggregated, due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense. Mr. Harris now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 20 years. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 26 years of incarceration. His confinement release date was originally November 23rd of 2043. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Harris is eligible to be considered for release as of April 9th of 2018. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harris. How are you today?
I'm pretty good, thank you.
Good. I'd like to start out by the standard question, just asking you what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
what I would like to see happen today would basically just first let me just say that I thank you guys for having me come down here from last year. It was a big change for me being incarcerated all the time. I was in Stillwater. Um, being here in Moose Lake opened up many doors for me and gave me a lot of hope. And what I would like to see happen today is that I will be able to show that I'm ready to be moved forward to Lionel Lakes minimum so I can participate in the construction program at ICWIC so I can just start sort of like kind of build my life back.
Can you talk about the last year? More detail about what the last year has been like?
Yeah, so I arrived here in Moose Lake, I think around November 2024, and being here was just, it was like a fresher breath air. It was hard for me at first because it was hard to adjust to just being in a different place, the change. But um, seeing with all the open movement and the uh the open movement and the programs they offer and the people here, and it was just a beautiful thing, man. I was just so happy to come this way, and I can't speak enough about how joyful I feel being here, coming here to this prison. Um, while here, I had got involved with general construction, and within that program, I was able to sharpen some skills and tools that I kind of possessed already, but I kind of got it down. I've always been somebody that liked to build things. So getting into general construction, I was able to learn some new stuff. They have a program here where we build tiny homes for veterans. I was able to get involved with that, and I took a lot of joy into being able to build these homes and knowing that they're going to people that's homeless. I just felt like that was a way for me to like give back, and I cannot stop speaking enough. I call my family every day, telling them the things I learned and the things I've done with that program. And now I could see being here, I was able to see how I just had like what I want to do in my life as far as working in construction.
Great. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, I forgot. I just want to apologize too, because I'm real nervous right now. So I get bad anxiety with being a public speaker. Like this is something I'm still working on. I practice every day in the mirror trying to
No
get better with
problem.
it. So I had little notes bullet points that I wanted to talk about, but I forgot it. I was just so nervous to get down here. So I apologize about that. But yeah, while here I was able to get involved with the peer recovery specialist program. Did my 48 hours and I graduated from that, and I was able to utilize that. Uh, while here, it's been a like I was just telling my advocate here that there's been a big change with Stillwater. So a lot of guys been coming here, and I've been chosen to help these guys adjust to this new environment here. If I took that on because I know how it felt to come here with that anxiety, with that change, and it was just a good opportunity for me to help out. Other things I've done, I'm currently in carpentry right now too. I graduated from general construction. I'm on carpentry now, and I'm still working on our third house, or the tiny home. This is something that I really, really enjoy doing. Always been one throughout my doing my time, Stillwater, doing landscaping and stuff like that. So, but to come here and get certificates for this, it was just a blessing. It was just a blessing. Like, yeah, I just enjoy it. It's a good move, and I appreciate you guys for even sitting me down here. It opened my eyes up to a lot.
Good. I'm glad you're making the most of it.
Yeah.
Truly am.
Thank you.
Can you just talk a little bit about the impacts of your crime, what you believe that to be, and what steps you've taken to do all you can to learn about those impacts and try in the limited way possible under these types of circumstances to reduce harm.
So the impact to reduce the like, I recognize that I had, a lot of people was affected by what I did, and it wasn't just my victim's family and their friends, and I understand that this touched a lot of people, the community, my family, people that didn't even know me, even to this day. It affected generations, of mine, I just read a lot of books, took a lot of programs, try to better myself and really look into myself and see where I went wrong at and what made me do something like that, or just it was just a struggle. But I did a lot of I wrote a lot of I wrote my what they call it, the apology letter, which I'm still getting revised. I've been sending that in, working on that. What else?
Can I just ask you? You said something that you said, one of the things that you've been really working on is, and is thinking a lot, and reading, and doing those things to try to get a deeper sense of like what would allow you to do this. Now, granted, I recognize the age difference, the maturity, some of those sorts of things, but as you look back today through the eyes of an adult, like what is it? What insights have you gained?
That education is everything. It's key, man. If just, I don't, man, it's just hard to explain it. Like it's. Can you repeat the question, please?
Just yeah, as you think through kind of what happened, and to your question about the work that you've done to try and understand, how it is that this happened and your involvement in it. As you think about that, through the eyes of where you are sit today as an adult man, what insights have you gained over the course of time and into why you may have done what you did?
Just not having that stable home, just being young and just not just being with the wrong crowd, looking up to the wrong people, just being influenced by just older people, not having much growing up. I come from a family of 8. I didn't have too much stuff, so I was really influenced with the with what somebody else had, and it was, it just, I just looking for an easy come up or something, man. It was just, I don't know, it was just bad. It was, I wasn't in my right state of mind. I didn't even know about life. It was, it's hard for me, man. It was just a lot of bouncing around, not having nothing.
Last question for me. Do you remember during your sentencing hearing the victim impact statements?
Can you repeat that?
Do you remember during your sentencing hearing victim impact statements?
Yeah.
What do you remember about that?
That, well, my surviving victims, they wanted to know, like, why did I do what I did? And you know, the mother spoke, and she said a few words, and then the uncle spoke, and he said a few things, and then he basically was like talking about how we got to make a change with this cycle that we going through, as far as like us as Black people living in these urban communities that we live in, and it got to change somewhere. Yeah, I'm just lost.
What was it like hearing from his mom?
It was impactful. Like, I was hurt because I know that I did something at the time. Like, I didn't know about like death. I didn't really experience that. We never really. I had a friend that passed away like 6 months prior, and I never even read about that. Like, I never even knew about death then. Like, I didn't know that it was. I never experienced that. You know, went that deep down into about it till I got locked up, and hearing her speak, it affected me real bad because I know I got a mother, and to hear her talk about her son, life gone like that, it just tore me up. I just felt bad. I felt real bad.
Thank you. I'm going to open for other questions for Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris, I have a question. I'm remembering a year ago, we saw you, and in my notes, I had that you had $10,000 set aside. And I'm thinking about your release plan when I asked this question.
Okay.
And in the materials that I read this time, I think you said you had $700 saved. Now, I may be kind of screwing that up a little bit, so let me know. But if that's the case, could you just explain your finances?
Yeah. So I have $700 saved in my account here in Stillwater.
It's Moose Lake.
Well, I've been there so long, Moose Lake.
Right.
But
right.
yeah, I'm just so used to being there so long. But yeah, I have $700 here saved. Correct. As far as the money I was speaking on, that's what my family has saved for me collectively out there, you know, to get me started comfortably once I do, reacclimate back to the community, whenever that would be. But yeah.
10,000 is not saved here.
No, yeah, the 10,000 is not saved here in prison. No.
Yes, yeah.
So you still have it somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Two questions, if I may, sir. I believe you had, in the material here, you gave the illustration of a pebble being thrown in the water and the ripples.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah?
yeah.
Since you've been incarcerated or since you've been at Moose Lake, how would you describe the ripples today?
That's, I was speaking on the ripple effect of what I did when I spoke about that.
Yeah,
Yeah, for I think they're still, that's something that will never, I think, all the way die, all the way down. People will always feel that pain, feel what I've done.
uh-huh.
Yeah, those people, yeah. And I know that, like I said, it's generations. It's a generation that felt this. I have a nephew
Sure.
that, you know, was born and kind of tied in, but he feel it too. So I know what I've done is it reaches a long ways, and a lot of people feel it, not just immediate
Well,
families, friends. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
if I may, sir, you're still making ripples. What do the ripples look like when you build a house?
Oh, yeah. They're like positive ripples there, they're still being felt as far as like, because what I'm doing is going to the community, going to, homeless veterans, going out for a purpose, going to people that's in need. They're gonna feel that because they're in need. They're gonna feel that help, that somebody's helping them out.
The second example, which I'd like a little more insight with, you met with the sister of the victim.
Yeah. So
I believe there are a lot of ripples there. Can you describe that from your perspective, from your point of view?
yeah. So a conversation was had between me and my victim's sister, and which is my nephew's auntie. And that was it. When I had this conversation with her, some questions was asked, and I just broke down and I just let everything out. Everything that happened, I didn't blame anyone. Nothing. It was like a weight off my shoulder once I was able to tell her and about the truth about everything that happened bit by bit. The ripple effect as far as hitting her when we had this, I think it was a positive one. Well, I know it was because we built a bridge. We built a connection. It was a I was repairing some harm in a way, I should say, a little bit. And it might not even been a lot. It might not even been, but it was a start. And I was good with that. And I just wanted to move forward with that and keep on working towards that.
I really appreciate that. Where are other opportunities where those kind of waves are going to be made? Where can you
repeat
do
that?
more of that? What?
Can you repeat that one more time, please?
Other opportunities.
Oh, other
down the
opportunities.
road to make those kinds of waves.
Just continue to stay positive and reaching back out to the community, whichever way I can. Just like what I'm doing now with the building the homes and volunteering, just stuff like that.
Well done, and I wish you well. Keep
Thank you. I
making those
appreciate
waves.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Fine.
Harris, were you Mr. Harris, were you on probation at the time that you committed these crimes?
Yes, I was.
And what were you on probation for?
For like driving a motor vehicle, a stolen vehicle.
And were you given probation for that crime, or what was the outcome?
Yeah, I was given probation, and then I had to do some treatment because I was smoking marijuana at the time.
How long
Yeah.
before these murders was that crime committed?
January, February, March. About 3 months, 4 months.
Okay, Mr. Harris, you're a very articulate man and you write well. And I just wanted to tell you how I was struck by your comment in your papers that over 27 years, my cell became my classroom. I've transformed incarceration into education, every page helping me build a blueprint for the man I now am and the mentor and entrepreneur I will become. That's really well said. And I also want to comment that it seems that you are living that by the programs that you've chosen to participate in. Just in 2025, it looks like you've been in general construction, carpentry, and you've become a certified peer recovery specialist. Is that right?
Correct. That's correct. That's correct.
Well, I hope you keep going on that path. I hope you keep going, keep that attitude, that positive attitude.
Thank you. I owe this all to you guys. I thank you guys for even sending me down here. Like, you guys see, it's beautiful here. It's nice. This transition was nice. I can't speak enough about it. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. That's all I have for you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Well, a quick question, when did you get to Moose Lake? What month?
November
Last year.
last
Thank
year.
you.
Last year.
Okay.
Anything else?
So I just had one quick question. So you've talked a lot about just the transition to medium and said how well it has gone. What were
Yeah.
some of the challenges that you encountered?
Here's
Yeah.
just
Yep.
what for me was just the just being able to move around freely. Like, that wasn't really a challenge. It was more of like, I'm so used to being told what to do, not having no freedom to really do nothing, locked down all the time. So just far as challenges, it was just being able to like start doing things on my own and not having a caseworker or a correctional officer doing the things for me, So that was kind of the challenge right there that I had to get my mind into, like, oh, Sean, you got to do this yourself. Like, yeah, so I got over that pretty quick though.
So what do you envision challenges being if you're allowed to continue in kind of a step down ultimately toward release? Like what are some of the big challenges you foresee for yourself?
Far just being the freedom that might be like a little challenging at first. Just it's gonna be like a shock to me, but as far as challenges, it's just technology. That's something that's like gonna be blowing my mind. It's crazy. That's like the biggest challenge for real.
All right. Well, and I appreciate that. And I also understand that on some level, it's hard to anticipate the challenges that you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that foresight. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
I'm going to turn to your advocate, Ms. Murray, to provide any input that you would like to the board.
Sure. Thank you very much, board members. First of all, I just want to ask, were you all able to get a copy of the report of the forensic psychiatrist that I retained for Mr. Harris. Thank you. I just want to draw attention to some aspects of that report where he points out that obviously this was a terrible crime, and by any measure, this is a terrible crime, and Mr. Harris knows that, and really accepts the enormity of what he did. At the same time, he was 15 years old, and as Dr. Gulrajani points out, and that's the basis of your composition here, is that juveniles lack adults' capacity for mature judgment, that they are more vulnerable to negative external influences, and their characters are just not fully formed. He goes on to point out they have a much greater capacity for change and reform, and so the terrible juvenile behavior here is not representative of who Mr. Harris is as a man when we see it in the context of the last 27 years, that it's very clear this is somebody with huge capacity for change and reform and who has transformed himself into a really wonderful, giving, thoughtful, creative adult wanting to participate in his society. I join with him in thanking you for moving him to Moose Lake. I myself, in visiting prisons around the state, have always noticed the atmosphere in this prison. It is a hopeful and happy atmosphere, and I knew that it would be good for him, and I'm really glad that you gave him that chance, because it's worked. And what is very notable is that he is now was actually asked to help integrate those other Stillwater prisoners who are arriving, I think, daily, and suffering and experiencing that same shock that he did when he first came, because it is very different here, and the freedom and the openness and the environment and the beauty and the surroundings and the sky and everything is just a shock to the system when you spend a lot of time in Stillwater. And Mr. Harris spent over 20 years there. So I think the speed with which he embraced the opportunities here, and the speed with which the staff have realized that he can now be a mentor to others, is a testament to just how far he is from that terrible, terrible crime he committed at 15. And I will say, as a defense attorney, that today I think I can very confidently say that he would not get this sentence today. Today, the perception of prosecutors across the state is different, and the realization of the juvenile brain and the need to really embrace more rehabilitative and less punitive sentences for individuals of that age, particularly people who were, like Mr. Harris, kind of pulled into a very bad environment with bad people, and into drug use, that these individuals deserve our support and leniency. And I think today, a 15-year-old who committed a crime as awful as this will be getting a significantly lower sentence than 816 months, which translates into something like 54 years, I believe. Mr. Harris has done 27 years, which translates into a 40-year sentence. I don't think he would get a 40-year sentence today. I think he would get less. So that's part of what I think needs to be thought about in terms of what the next appropriate step is. Dr. Gulrajani does reject the prison psychiatrist and determines that Mr. Harris is actually very amenable to intensive supervision. He concludes that he is a good candidate for release into the community under an intensive supervised release program, or at the very least, for a drastic reduction in custody levels that allow for opportunities for vocational rehabilitation, increased social reintegration, and for maintenance of the gains achieved thus far. I would propose that Mr. Harris continue here in Moose Lake, I think maybe December or January. Do you finish that program, Mr. Harris?
Around December.
December. He's currently engaged in another construction course, which will finish sometime in December, and that he's continued here until then and then stepped down to Lino Lakes, and given an opportunity then to get into the ICWIC crew where he gets out into the community, and hopefully the next time before he would see you again, that he would be in civilian clothes and living in the community and adjusting to the community. This would be my proposal. I certainly think that from the perspective of rehabilitation, that is a good outcome here, and that would be my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else before we give Mr. Harris a chance to make his last comment to the board? Hearing none. Mr. Harris, before the board begins deliberations, I want to provide an opportunity for you to make any final comment you wish to the board.
I just want to say, just thank you guys again for this opportunity coming down here. It meant a lot to me. And like she said, I'm currently in that carpentry program, building this house. I can't wait to finish building the third one. So, not to take light away from what I did or none of that. I just want everybody to know that I apologize to the family for what I did. I had to make sure I say that. I fight that every day. I live with that every day. And I just want to continue to try to make amends for that in the best way I can. I will forever do what I gotta do to show that. And I apologize to the Durham family. I apologize to Porter and Miss Pride. And that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to close this portion of the discussion, and during board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open the floor for board discussion.
Well, I'd like to make a motion, deny parole, but continue the step down. And if I understand correctly, it'll take 4 months at least before he's able to move anyway from Moose Lake to minimum, which means he'll have been there a little bit over a year. So I don't know, maybe continue a year or whatever the appropriate time would be to get him into minimum, let him finish his course, get him into minimum, and then come back in maybe a year to be looking at work release.
Would you, sorry, I was just going to ask if you would consider a friendly amendment to that. I support continued step down. It's more a matter of just the appropriate amount of time, even, once you're in minimum, and I don't want to speak as though I'm an expert, but, then allowing for some time in the ICWIC program to really kind of get the most out of that, a little bit more of a deliberate and purposeful step down. I'm just wondering if you'd be amenable to, a slightly longer term of continuance than 12 months.
Yeah, what are you thinking?
As I was sitting here, I was kind of more in the, maybe 18 to 24 month time frame. That's where I was at. But I'd certainly be open to thoughts of other board members.
Well, I wouldn't want to go as far as 24 months for sure. That's like 2 more years.
Can I throw another wrench maybe in this?
Pardon me?
What, can I throw another wrench in this maybe? What if it was 24 months, but it looked like this? He's got roughly 3 months left at 3 to 4 by the time we get him moved. He goes to Lino Lakes, or he goes to minimum. again, I don't want to guarantee Line Oak, but it could be Red Wing or one of our places, and we'll be mindful of his interests. And maybe doing that for a period of, like, it could be 8 to 9 months. And then followed by another, assuming everything goes well, he transitions to work release for a period of 8 to 9 months, actually about 10 months, 10 to 11. And I think if you add up all those months, it ends up being 24. What that does is it allows for, I think, ample time for him to demonstrate this in a planful way. It's not like immediate or quick, but it wouldn't be either if he came back in a year. And at least at the point he would come back at 24 months, if we broke this out, he would be in a position where he would be fully eligible for a date, assuming things went well.
Yeah,
So-
go
Can I
ahead.
just ask one quick question? The information I have is that he's completing his current carpentry program, anywhere from 4 to 6 months, so a little bit longer than what Mr. Harris was thinking. So I just ask that you maybe keep that in mind, that.
Yeah, we would
completion will be
make that a condition, that finish that program, but build this into the 24 months. I guess the point I'm saying is that, as we think about the progress and that kind of stuff, we are still managing progress and moving them forward, testing different environments, giving them a period of time in those settings. That was the reason why. And coming back, we could certainly ask for a written update in terms of how he's doing at the time he would be about to transfer, so we could do more of a file review if the board felt strongly about at least seeing where that was at. But what this does, I think, is it moves him forward and but does so in a way that just kind of recognizes the progression.
So with the 2-year continuance, that would include work release?
Yes.
Yes.
That'd be fine with me.
I like the step down of freedom or the expansion of freedom and the time to really take advantage of it.
And so if he does as well as he's been doing in 2 years, he's looking at parole.
He would, the board would come back at the board and make his case for, I'm ready and I've demonstrated that, and they can take that action. So
Sounds good.
So is that your motion?
That's my motion.
All right, is there a second?
Second here.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Call the vote. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart is absent. Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Struford.
Yes.
Schnell votes yes. Mr. Harris, you've heard of the plan here. I think it is, and the board is seeking for you to continue on that path and to recognize, and I think you're smart to recognize the fact that these transitions are after being locked up as long as you have are significant, and I have every confidence that you will continue to do well and be a positive influence and take advantage of the skills you're developing. And so I just look forward to hearing that progress. Any questions about this? You're muted on that end. Hang on one second.
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah, it's unmuted now. You can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now we can, yeah.
Thank you. I just want to say can you guys please go check out the tiny homes when they get put up in St. Paul?
We will. I got to tell you, I just wanted you to hear loud and clear. I'm immensely proud of the work that you guys are doing
Thank you.
in service to the veterans and that program. Just having talked to some of the veterans who I think will benefit from those homes, it means a tremendous amount to them. And I've been amazed by the work that you all have been doing. So keep it up.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks so much.
And I will. When they get landed someplace, I'm going to go check it out. So,
All right.
all right. Take care. Good luck to you.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All All right, it'll just be a moment while we switch to a different facility at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nope. She must just put us in the waiting room. I think they're still talking. Oh, where they going? Oh, this is, I think they're taking a break. This, hold on, where's that? Hey.
There's gonna be a couple people sitting over there, but only one is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Okay, I'm gonna send you, like.
You said we don't have to hold it?
You do not.
So, I wanna get to Mike. Vicky.
I think it's really helpful. Yeah. That's.
Hope I can keep you waiting.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Jackson, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I sure can. And Aubrey, can you tell me if the advocate is on screen?
No, he had called in and he's not called back yet.
Okay,
Let's start.
we're gonna get started here and hopefully your advocate hooks back up online.
Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Malcolm Jackson, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Stillwater. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office, I have Commissioner, Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with Board Member Andrew Larson, Christine Bray, Member Cheryl Ramstead, Juvenile Expert Member Jody Nelson, and Juvenile Expert Member Donald Struford. Our records indicate that on June 1st, 2012, officers were dispatched to a shooting. Upon arrival, officers located the victim, a 16-year-old, laying in front of the house. The victim had multiple gunshot wounds and was transported to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Witnesses reported that 3 males nicknamed Bishop, Malik, and DT were talking to the victim. Bishop was later identified as Malcolm Jackson. Witnesses stated that Jackson then pulled out a gun, pointed it at the victim, and shot him as he was walking away. The 3 males then ran away. Witnesses also reported that the same 3 males had been in a fight with the brother of the victim the previous week. On July 24th of 2012, in Hennepin County District Court, Malcolm Jackson was sentenced to 306 months for the offense of second-degree murder. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Malcolm Jackson now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years incarceration. Today's review represents his first review after serving approximately 13 years of incarceration. His original confinement release date is June 21st of 2029. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Jackson is eligible to be considered for release on May 30th of 2027. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm good. So far, so good. Can't complain.
Okay. So we're going to start off today by hearing from family members of the victim. And so I want to turn the floor to Drea to introduce. But while we're doing that, I just want the board members to know that while we're doing that, I'm going to pass around some photographs of Traquan and who's a victim here so that you can see them. The family wanted us to be able to look at that.
Members of the Supervised Release Board, I would like to introduce Shadana Sykes, who will be providing an impact statement today under the right as a victim survivor to share the significant impact on themselves as well as their family. Additional family members are present. Phaedra Singleton, mother of Traquan Sykes, and Catrice Buford, the godmother of Shadana.
Sure.
Good afternoon, board, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Shadana, and I am the younger sibling of Traquan Sykes. Today, I am here not just as a grieving sister, but as someone whose life has changed forever by the loss of a person who meant everything to me. Traquan was my big brother, and he was the very best kind. He protected me, guided me, and gave me strength. He was my safe place. He had a light in him. He had a light in him that could warm up any room and a heart big enough to lift others, even when he was struggling himself. He was an All-American athlete, talented in basketball, football, and baseball. He was a passionate music lover with dreams of becoming a rapper. He had a genuine love for the art of drawing, and even as he battled illness from a young age, he dreamed of becoming a doctor so he could help others. That says everything about the kind of man he was: brave, determined, and full of hope. Traquan lived every day with strength and purpose. The doctors didn't expect him to live as long as he had, because he had a heart condition, but he proved them wrong. He lived longer than anyone thought possible. But he didn't get the long life he deserved because that was taken from him. Traquan didn't pass away peacefully or by chance. He was violently taken from us. Taken by Malcolm Jackson, who bought a gun and made a decision that changed our lives forever. That day is burned into my memory. I was there. I saw it. I live with it every single day. The trauma, the nightmares, the pain. It never leaves me. And my mama, my mom, she is not the same. She lost her son. And I see her suffering every single day. We lost Traquan's future. We lost his smile, his laughter, his dreams. We lost a chance to see him fall in love and start a family. Our children will never get to meet their uncle. And that's the worst part is we never got to say goodbye. So when I learned that Malcolm could be considered for early release, that's exactly what I did. I laughed. Because while we living in pain forever, he get a second chance. He get to go home. He get to start over. That's something my brother never got. He didn't even get to come home. And that's why I'm asking you with the deepest respect, please do not grant early release. Malcolm must serve his full sentence, not out of anger or vengeance, but out of justice, because actions have consequences, and because Traquan's life mattered. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for fairness. We are asking that Traquan's life be honored by ensuring that the person who took it is held fully accountable. Thank you for listening, and thank you for considering my impact this tragedy has had on our family. We carry this pain every single day, and we will for the rest of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the board, I just want to convey our gratitude for your presence today and also our condolences for your loss. It's hard to imagine. So thank you. Thank you for being here. With that, I'm going to turn to you, Mr. Jackson, and just open the floor to you for anything you'd like to say at this time.
It's so much. It's so much I can say that I want to say. And first and foremost, I want to start again by saying I truly, truly apologize. I understand. I can see that y'all still have that pain, which I kind of already knew that was going to be there. And there's nothing I can say to take this away, to make it better. I understand that. I knew that from the day I did that. I knew there's nothing I can do to kind of, make this right. There's no way you can make this right. I can just imagine just every time this time it rolls around, June 1st comes around, where y'all mind is at. I can imagine the birthdays. I can imagine the holidays, and like you say, just the progression of you all separate lives and weddings, kids being born, everything, just him not being there present. I can just imagine the pain that's just reoccurring every single time. I can just imagine that, right? And that right there in itself just, it hurts. It hurts knowing that I caused that type of pain. It hurts that I brought that upon y'all, and I made a nightmare become reality. That's literally what it was. For the mother, she changed a lot. She changed a lot within me. The day of my sentencing, I'll never forget this. I'll never forget this. I asked the judge, can I face the family to apologize, right? And throughout my entire life, I did bad. I did a lot of wrong, right? But this is that first moment. This is that very first moment where I felt like I can make some type of right. Although this situation is not going to bring that, I know I can make some type of right by literally doing the right thing in this moment, which was facing the family and apologizing. And after knowing that, I just took this woman's baby from her. I took this woman's baby. She looked me in the eyes as I spoke. And somebody was consoling her, a man was consoling her. She looked me in the eyes as I spoke. And she just buried her child. This is recent. This is not weeks and months on end, years on end. This is everything is literally current. This woman would look me in my eyes as I was apologizing and nodded her head at me. And the feeling, I can't even explain the feeling that it's unexplainable. But for that woman to be so powerful in that moment, to be so powerful and just allow a kid to apologize and just, I want to say thank you. You changed my life. You changed my life. From that moment on, I knew I had to do right. I knew I had to do better. I had to become a better version of myself. And I couldn't allow his passing to go in vain. I personally took that upon myself I'm gonna make something right out of this. With all this disaster, with all this pain that I caused, I'm gonna try my hardest to do the right thing from this point on. And every since then, I've been trying. I've been trying. For the sister, I thought about you constantly as well. I thought about you constantly. I seen the picture in the magazine, in a news article. I seen you in the picture. And just man, to know that I brought that upon you, that pain, that fear. You have another brother and that just constant fear of what can happen to him. That wakes me, that it does a lot, man. I'm so sorry for that. I'm so sorry for that. I can just imagine the everyday thinking, the thought process, the nightmares, everything that you just spoke on. I can just imagine just how that plays out. To see your brother die in front of you. Like you say, not able to say goodbye, not able to. I understand your frustration. I do. But I just want you to know that I became a better version of myself. That one moment, I would not allow that one moment to define who I am. And it's a quote that I live by. It's a quote that I try to cherish, and I try to live by this quote every single day. It's never make a permanent decision on temporary feelings. I'm in this situation right now. A lot of us are in this situation right now. Traquan is gone right now because I made a permanent decision on a temporary feeling. And it haunts me every day. Not one day has went past where I did not think about that day. Not one day. Every single day. And I see that the brother's not here. Traquan is not here. I could just imagine. He's not to blame. I know he lives with that every single day. He lives with that every single day. And it's not his fault. He's an immature kid that made an impulsive decision. And I could just imagine just his thoughts every single, just the blame that the burden that he carries, thinking that this is his fault. It's not. It's nobody's fault besides mine. I was an immature, scared child making a impulsive decision that changed everyone's life. Everyone's. And like I said, I understand where y'all coming from. I understand the fact that, you know, you want justice served. You want justice served. I get that. I will tell you whether I get released now or years from when my actual date is. Just know that I am that better version of myself. I have more to bring to the table, and I will not allow his passing to go in vain. That's a promise that I made to myself. And hopefully over time, I doubt that it's going to be, from hearing what y'all saying, I doubt that it's going to be anytime soon, but over time, y'all can start gaining confidence in that my release, like I say, whether it's soon or later on, that my release will be a positive effect on everybody in totality. Everybody. And again, from the deep depths of my heart, every day I'm apologizing every day, and I'm trying to make it right. Can't bring them back. If you could trade, I could. That's not the reality of the situation. And I'm sorry again for bringing this pain upon y'all. This is 13 years later, and that pain is still heavy. That's what I gotta say for now.
Thank you. Let me ask you what it is you would like to see happen as a result of today's meeting with the board.
A lot of things, honestly, but if I could narrow it down to a few things, one, I think it's evident. I would love to have the opportunity to be released early, preferably work release. You know, it kind of provides that structure. It provides that, gives me that time to readjust and get reacclimated with the real. I've never been an adult in the real world, so it gives me that time to get stable and, you know, get my feet to the ground a little bit. So that's one. Two, these are unprecedented times in the DOC, right? This is a time where it's never been a time like this where what I consider the gold rush. I tell all the fellas, like, this is the equivalent of the gold rush. Never been a time where they're allowing us to, you know, give us chances to get out, right? And so I would love to be another example for everybody that's going through this situation, or will possibly going through this situation, that if you come in here with the true efforts to try to become that better version of yourself, you can earn opportunities such as this to be released early. That way you can showcase to the world. That way you can showcase to the world of who you became in here, the positive person you became in here. So that'd be like another thing that I would want from this. And last but not least, the most important part is just I hope and pray, right? I hope and pray that the community, not only just the community, but more importantly, Traquan's family and his loved ones can see the growth. Like, they don't know me right now. They don't know me. They just hearing about me, and they're reliving this pain right now. But I'm no longer that child that had made that decision. And I just hope that over time they can see this and gain confidence that my release, like I say, whether it's soon or later on, just gain confidence that my release, and I don't want to speak for it. I don't want to sound like I'm speaking for them. Just this is what I'm hoping for. And they can realize that, you know, my release will be a positive effect on everybody. Everybody. And I just hope and pray that they can see this as well. So that's why that's why I hope to take from this.
What makes you feel you're ready to move forward?
A lot of things, right? For one, it's the conditioning, right? Coming from where I came from, I had a lot of negative things placed within me, right? A lot of negative concept, a lot of negative ideologies that was installed in me. I was born and raised in Chicago, so y'all just know the stigma behind that whole concept. And a lot of these negative thought process, these negative ways were installed in me at that time, right? And so me coming to prison, I involved myself with everything. I had to figure out a way to recondition myself. I had to figure out a way to get rid of all these negative thought process, these negative ways, this thoughts of everything has to be answered with violence, right? I had to figure out a way to do that. And over time I did it. I surrounded myself around individuals that I consider grown men. I never had that really in my life. I had my father, but other than that, everybody else that I looked up to that I thought was grown men weren't, right? And so me being incarcerated, me being around these definitions of grown men, my morals and my values and my principles and just everything collectively just started to change. And I realized the difference. I said, no, this is what needs to be done. This is how this is supposed to operate. This is what a man looks like. And I had to grow up in here, right? And so that and just the condition of doing a lot of just positive things over the years, things that's being seen, things that's being unnoticed. Me going through a few stumbles. I went through some few stumbles and learned from those processes. But I feel like all that kind of like, it prepped me and it conditioned me to the point of where I feel like, I'm ready. I feel like I'm ready. I honestly feel like that I'm ready to show this better version of myself. I have a lot more to work on. Don't get me wrong. I'm not nowhere near pin perfect, right? I have a lot more that I need to, correct.
Okay, my last question, and that is what are those challenges, risks that you will face, the things that you need to correct?
As far as just, it's everything starts up top. Everything starts with your mental, right? And so I do a lot of overanalyzing, right? I overanalyze things. I overthink a lot of things, and that can bring anxiety. That can bring, all type of anxiousness and stuff like that. That I realized in my past was my downfall, right? And so me steadily conditioning myself and recognizing, hey, look, you have to make sure you mentally prep for these ordeals in life. Nothing is gonna come. How can I say? Nothing's gonna be perfect when I get out there. I'm gonna have some hurdles. I'm gonna have some obstacles that I must face, and I have to, like, I know that I have to continually, checking myself. I need to check myself up top before I allow myself to go down that rabbit hole of doubt, of self-doubt, of anxiousness, of overanalyzing. You know what I mean? I have to constantly work with my mental. And that's a lot of us in a lot of cases. A lot of us have to make sure you're mentally ready for whatever. And so that's why I can kind of like narrow it down.
Thank you. I'm going to open the floor to other board members to ask Mr. Jackson any questions.
I do have a question for you, Mr. Jackson. So in reviewing your packet, obviously you've done a lot of good things. You've had really, I think, positive program participation. One of the things that jumped out to me, and I'm hoping you can provide me some additional information on relates to your discipline, and specifically some of the more recent discipline. You categorize some of the recent discipline, specifically in like the last 12 months, as kind of being involved in quote unquote hustling, selling items, loaning money, those sorts of things. Can you just talk a little bit about that? And here's the reason I posed the question. Okay, I'll just be honest with you.
Yeah.
So when I read that, I read it as though like you're minimizing rule breaking behavior and you're making exceptions for it because it's not that bad. No one's hurt. So how does that not then open the risk for future rule breaking behavior that ends up getting out of hand? Yeah. So go ahead.
No, yeah, I get your viewpoint on that. I get your understanding of how, these are the gateway to, bigger and worse things, right? And so, one, I take full responsibility in, quote unquote, trying to hustle and scrape up a few ends. I had moments where I could have went to work and just learned how to be a little bit more thrifty with the paychecks that, the DLC provides and whatnot. But I took the thought process and just thinking that, hey, if I could scrape up a few dollars, like I said, it wasn't harming nobody. You know what I mean? That was a terrible justification to do so, and I acknowledge that, right? And like I say, me personally, I know that I will not, once I leave here, I have the options and the means and the capability of doing the necessary things as far as getting a job and staying legit and whatnot in the real world, right? In the real world, I have, that mind frame locked in that I'm going to make sure that I stay in tune with the legitness of earning my living, right? Now, in prison, I don't want to make it seem like I'm blaming anything, but I was literally just, I guess, rationalized in my head, hey, look, if I scrape up a few dollars, I didn't really have people sending money for a minute. And so therefore I just thought that a few innocent dollars, that's why I considered it, honestly, a few innocent dollars weren't gonna hurt nobody. And now I look back on it, or even in the timeline, I was looking at it like, I knew it wasn't right. But me going forward, I know that I wouldn't even partake in anything of that nature, nowhere near that once I get in the streets. 'Cause I know how the floodgates can open, so to speak. But when you think you can do a little something, then it just slowly but surely just take a peripheral effect, and then this small thing becomes bigger things down the line. That's never been my go-to. I always had that threshold, and that was my threshold in here, and that's literally where it stops at in here. That's no longer a means to financial stability, no more for me.
So you said it was a way, you categorize it as a way just to kind of get a little bit extra money, and what's your current financial situation? Because in part, here's why I asked the question. Like one of the things I wrote down was records show you have a significant amount of money in savings. So like, what is your current situation? Just because obviously that'll be impactful for you as you transition.
From what I've seen over the years with individuals and fellas that kind of like came back to prison and whatnot, and they storyline, a lot of times I heard that financial stability was their downfall, right? It was their downfall. It was these fellas, like, they kind of like brought them back to negative behaviors and negative traits and whatnot. And so that was their relapse. And me knowing that, I just told myself, hey, I'm gonna try to make sure that I am somewhat set, financially set from when I leave. That way I don't have to ever, I ain't gonna say ever, but I don't have to worry about that being my downfall. Because a lot of people go back to the old ways and the old criminal thinking when they're financially just stressed. And I'm like, I'm gonna try to fix that now before I even get out. And so, yeah, that's why I kind of took heed to doing, and I tried to save up as much as possible.
Okay, could I just ask a related question? So you're saying that the 10,000 that you have in savings is proceeds from prison work?
No, no, no. I have people send me money over the years, and I just accumulated it over the years. Like I said, I did a little hustling, selling pictures, selling script of that nature. And but for the most part, it's family members and loved ones helping me out, and I just kept saving. Some for my job checks and stuff. I was sending everything in savings. I just kept on letting it accumulate.
Okay.
I have a related question to all of that too, if you don't mind. I think it is in your psych report that you sent money in some cases, thousands, to friends, former DOC employee, mother, and then you received money from community members. Could you talk about the money you sent out of prison and why you did it and where you got it and who you sent it to?
Yeah. So, like I said, I got it over the years by accumulating and saving up and being thrifty over the years. But the reason that I sent it out was in help. A lot of people need help. In some situations, I wish I didn't send it out, right? Because they didn't deserve it. But I had to help out family members and loved ones. And, I always told myself that, hey, look, they needed more than me. I'm in prison right now. And so it's just literally sitting in the savings, right? And so, some situations I sent it out for people to start like grabbing stuff for me, like clothes, and help set up a credit and trying to, get credit installed or whatever for my personal benefits. But in most situations, it's to help out bills,
Why the former DOC employee?
Oh, she was actually helping me out. So I sent it to her and I told her to hold it for me. It's a cash out. That way I can kind of like help out and send money elsewhere and whatnot. So yeah, that was what that was for.
How much money do you think that you accumulated exploiting people?
Ooh. I hate to use that term, exploiting, but
I'm going to call it what it is. I'm going to call it what it is.
That's essentially what it is. That's essentially what it is. Honestly, I can't put a large amount on it. It wasn't that much. It's probably a few hundred, close to 1,000, if that. And so most of it just came from family and loved ones sending it in to me and whatnot, but probably a little bit under $1,000.
And is if your cash activity, most of that fairly recent, or does that go back a ways?
Oh no, that's years ago, probably like 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago.
Okay.
A question, sir, if I may.
Yeah.
You're a man who walks on certainty. I'll never be without, and I'll fix it now. And the capital letter I is very strong as I listened to you and as I read. Who would you trust beyond yourself?
I got 2 people down pat right now. My brother, I consider him my brother, but he's really not. He's my advocate, Malik, and my father. Both of those individuals, they over the years proved to me on countless occasions that they're like-minded and they're trustworthy individuals. So those 2 for sure. I have a few other fellas, past incarcerated individuals that I entrust to certain degrees in certain areas in life. But overall, Malik and my brother, my pops and Malik.
Okay, I hear those people you've been able to discern some qualities among those people.
Yeah.
I don't understand what those qualities might be.
So you want me to list them, like the character traits of what they provide?
Say again?
Do you want me to list do you want me to list the character traits that they provide for me, or?
I mean, what makes a person trustable?
I think reliability is the main thing. Reliability, honesty. You know what I mean? It's never been an occasion where I caught any of them lying to me about anything. reliability in the sense of whether I need something, whether they need something, we both parties are intact and ready to go. Confidence, you know what I mean? And over time, there's just this consistency within our relationship built confidence to let me know that, hey, this person is trustworthy. I believe in this person. I can call upon this person when, you know, times get hard or times get rough, and just on the regular basis, just to check in with one another. And, you know, the consistency is the main thing. The consistency did it for me with these two.
Okay, so there's, I think, that common quality is there. Maybe what I'm getting at, I don't understand what values are important to you and those other people you trust.
Those values being, you know, when all these things I just kind of laid out on the table, those are my definition of what I consider love, right? These are the sacrifices that go within love. And they showcase that over the years. Over the years, they have showcased that for me, and vice versa, I showcased it back. And so, and mind you, this is not something that's recent. My father been in my life my entire life. So that's the consistency aspect behind that. And then Malik been there since day one. Even when he didn't have things going on, or he didn't have no money to send anything of that nature, he wrote me letters, make sure my mental was right. Understood that I had a long journey ahead, and he was helping me out with that, right? And just simply answering the phone calls and things of that nature. All the little things added up over the years for me. And like I say, vice versa. Our bond is built upon loyalty, consistency, you know, and just sacrifice, ultimate sacrifice. And that's what kind of like signified that for me, if that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. What do you think your father is most proud of what you're currently accomplishing?
Pops, man. I think that if I could speak for him, I think that he'd probably be proud of the man that I became over the years. You know, I wasn't a saint growing up. I wasn't the perfect child. I wasn't the best child, right? But he saw the transformation over the years, right? He's seen the transformation. He's seen the growth over the years. And I think he loves what I became, right? He knows me since day one, right? And so he's seen that transformation over the years, and he has told me this on countless occasions that he's proud of me, and I'm proud of him as well. Like it's not no manual to how to be a man. It's not no manual how to live this life, right? And so the fact that, you know, he saw me trying my hardest to become a better version of myself and be this man that I sought after to be, that he know I can be. He's seen it over the years, and I think that's probably what he's most proud of, if I can speak for him.
Thank you.
Further questions? All right. Is Mr. Jackson's advocate on? All right, sir, want to thank you for being here today. We appreciate it. I'd like just to open the floor to you to provide any insights or thoughts in terms of where you see Mr. Jackson at, and your thoughts relative to the decision before the board today.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, we can.
Yes, sir. So, I'm sorry, can you elaborate on that question one more time? I kind of went in and out.
Yeah, just your observations about Mr. Jackson and where, you know, his readiness, and you know, your thoughts relative to what you think the board should do today and why.
Understood. So first off, I appreciate you for allowing me to get the floor. Thank you. And be able to speak on behalf of my brother. I believe that he is ready. A couple of things that we talked about over the years is character building, right? And a lot of that consists of decisions that you make in the atmosphere or background that you are in currently, correct? Again, like he's reiterated, He doesn't come from the best background. You make the best of what you got. And as a kid or a child who does not have the full potential to understand what it is to be an adult, what this life really has to offer, you only know what your surroundings are, correct? So you move like that, right? Now, if you make a temporary emotion, permanent decision off a temporary emotion, it can lead you one or two places, right? You know, there's a cause and effect. That's for both parties. For everything you do, there's always a cause and effect. And that's a lot of things. That's another thing that we talk about a lot as well, too. Cause and effect. That also can equal character building, because depending on what the cause is and how you move irrationally or rationally can lead to several different effects. And that what you have to build next is your character building. You have to deal with the good and the bad, right? Excuse me for 1 second.
I think he's at work right now too.
All right, forgive me, my apologies. I'm currently at work. I had to pull out for a second. But long story short, going back to the character building, yes, we speak on that a lot. So dealing with how he moves next in the atmosphere that he is currently in right now, where he can be doing terrible, a whole lot worse. He decided to choose to go into certain programs to put his longevity of his future and what comes next first, despite the conditions of where he's at and what he's done, right? So if you ask me, is he ready to come home? I would say yes, just specifically off of how he moves now, knowing who he is and where he comes from and what he could be doing. You follow what I'm saying?
Yep. I appreciate that.
Most definitely.
Any other questions for Mr. Jackson or for his support person? Hearing none. Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Before just one question. Did you make the request to for prosecutor initiated resentencing, or did that was that generated out of the county attorney's office?
No, I applied for it February of last year, and to my knowledge, I am considered, I guess, the first person that they're doing this in the DOC. They did Jerome Nunn, and he's outside, but I think I'm the first person that they're doing within the DOC. But that was like February of last year, and I think they're waiting to see the decision today, I believe, before they kind of like move forward with it.
Okay, so this was the application process that the Hennepin County Attorney's Office put out.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. All right. Before we get into board discussion and deliberation, I want to just open the floor to you, Mr. Jackson, to make one final comment to the board.
I honestly just hope, everything is just surrounded by hope, and pray that you all see the growth in the efforts. I'm gonna reiterate that again, that yes, I made a terrible decision that everybody has to live for. More important, the family has to live for the most. They have to live with that decision 24/7, right? But I just hope that you all can see the potential, the positive potential that I will have on my future, and the community's future, everybody's future in totality. And I just hope and pray that you all can just see the ramifications surrounding that, and see that I have a chance to become something more than this, and know that that one terrible mistake that I made, it's not who I am entirely as a person. It's not. I'm not clean cut. I'm not perfect. Still have challenges, but the road that's paved ahead, I'm trying to make right. I'm trying to do right. And this decision today can expedite that. It can speed up that process, or, I'm going to still be on that journey regardless. So again, to the family, sorry for the boy, but again, to the family, I apologize. It's nothing more I can really I only can show y'all that I mean what I say. That's the only thing I can do from this point on. And that's what I have been doing from this point on is I'm trying to become that better version for everybody. For everybody. That's it. That's all I really have to say.
Do you mind? I have one more quick question. Did you apply for the earned living unit in Stillwater?
Yeah, that's currently where I'm residing at right now. I'm currently in the living unit right now.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to close this portion of the discussion, and during board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this up for board discussion and thoughts about next steps.
Just clarification for myself. So is that unit considered work release?
No, that is a custodial unit at the Stillwater prison. It's just a new unit that we're standing up there during the phase closure process.
Okay. Is that still considered medium?
It would, yeah, it largely would be considered the equivalent to a medium placement.
Okay.
Any, a little bit more, what might happen or what might be the positive steps of being moved to that particular location, that particular residence?
ELU is really intended to become almost a therapeutic type community where the incarcerated folks who live in those units who have demonstrated, steps at progress, essentially get to both create the environment that they live in and the standards around that, and we'll have some additional movement opportunities and so forth. Privileges based on that, but that's really what it's intended to be.
So that coming from an individual to the more collective, how do we work together to do this?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just to share an impression, and the last person who did the diagnostic assessment is a marriage and family therapist. That's my training as well. And I think reading of his childhood, pretty significant trauma. Not to say that's an excuse for the crime, but it is an explanation, particularly chaos, extreme poverty, instability. And so in my view, as we're talking about some of his money stuff and some of the, Andrew to the hustle, I think that can still be related to, as he talks about overthinking, that he's got some pretty protective parts, which are understandable. I recognize all the work that he has done in terms of thinking, but I think more therapeutic work around kind of how his inner physics are set up, given that extreme poverty and chaos and instability that I think may show up in hustle. And this sense that if there is scarcity, which he has experienced, that he may, do some things to not be poor. So just my 2 cents about that.
I don't disagree with that at all. I thought the same thing, but I also was a little stunned by criminal thinking. And I know he's taken some classes in the past, but it goes back to 12 and 13. And I thought, boy, I think he needs to do some of that over again.
And connect it to his life, because he's up, I take it intellectually, but
yeah,
I think he still thinks like a criminal. Yeah.
Because and my sense of it is because of.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
This is insecure. This is finding the answers. Yeah.
Right.
I would just say that the one thing I get concerned about is that it comes at a cost to others. Because this is exploitive kind of behavior, and and I understand that it comes from something deep, but as we think about his readiness to be in a community where, how does he address those underlying kind of issues so that it doesn't come at the expense of other people, I think is a factor.
Staying at Stillwater, being part of this new program, how long might that be, or I know Stillwater is in transition. How long would his participation in that program be available or be there?
He, right now, he could be there through the remainder of his term of incarceration. It could be, he would also be eligible to be considered for work release, in that last year, which would be somewhat of a potentially a natural transition for him at that stage. But this is really intended to be, an environment that is really heavily focused on community strength, and working your program during this time.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate that.
I guess I would go ahead and make a motion to deny parole, continue for 2 years. One of the things that I would like to see accomplished, obviously, even the program review team, talked about the benefit of his placement in the ELU and some of the positives that can come out of that. I don't know what the programming capacity is in that environment, but certainly something, whether it be a decision points or some of those cognitive behavioral programs that can potentially get at some of the I'll call it the criminal thinking or the rationalizing for behavior that is rule violating in nature. Potentially, I think as Jody mentioned, maybe some therapy might be of benefit to try to get to that. So that would be my motion.
I'd second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? The only thing I would just say is that, would be typically what we would do is put and I think in particular in earned living units, one of the things that we're really trying to do is have people have a plan, a rehabilitation plan, or, I think he really needs to spend a lot of time tightening up what the release plan looks like here as well. There are, he will need to create both, because I think, didn't he have a interstate compact transfer was one of the requests I think he had, if I'm not mistaken.
To North Carolina.
Yeah. And so I think, he would need to have both a Minnesota and a North Carolina plan that just at least put together, because we don't have control over whether or not North Carolina would accept his transfer. I don't imagine they wouldn't, but that is still something we have to pursue. And then second of all, that in terms of there will be COG programs available and a variety of other programs available at Stillwater, and along with behavioral health. The one thing I would just do is add the caveat that we would like him to be the one to initiate that and seek that out, as opposed to putting that burden back on the system to engage him. And then remain discipline-free, I guess, as we talked about.
I understand that there is a selection process for this new program. In the event that he would not be selected.
He is there now. He's there now. He's living in it now.
Thank you. Good.
Officially started today.
Oh, wow.
All right, not hearing anything else. To the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart is absent. Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead. Yes. Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Strufert.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. Mr. Jackson, you've had a chance to hear all of this. There's a continuation of 24 months in ELU there. with, request that, you use this time in the way that is most positive, and think about the cognitive behavioral intervention stuff so that you further address some of that, the thinking errors that can happen not just with people who are incarcerated, but can happen with any of us. And then, also to address, we would be looking for you too, when you feel it's appropriate to reach out to behavioral health and request some time to work on, talk about, address some of the traumas that may cause some of the stuff around the hustle, as you put it, and what that can lead to. And then obviously remaining discipline free would be an expectation. Do you have any questions about any of this?
Can you hear me? Hey, you all can hear me?
Yes.
No, I don't have any questions for us right now. Thank you all for taking the time.
All right.
To consider
Thank you.
this.
Good luck to you.
All right. So we're good.
All right.
Right when it's on.
Okay.
Thank you. Ryan, are you there?
All right, we'll just start here in a second.
We're ahead of time. We're ahead of time. I keep getting so confused. What time is it?
Mr. Cross, we'll be with you in just a minute there, okay?
Oh, that's enthusiastic. Yeah, but that, I mean, I read that first. That really set the tone for me. And then I'm trying to like push it together. Right. That's not clear. Right. Yeah. Well, and then you have this too. Oh, my God. That makes such an impact.
Let me just go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Jerome Cross, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Red Wing. Mr. Cross also has his advocate, Mr. James Cross Sr., participating with him as well today. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. We also have other board members present today. We have Member Christine Bray, Member Andrew Larson, Member Cheryl Ramstead, Juvenile Expert Member Jody Nelson, Juvenile Expert Member Donald Strufert. Our records indicate that on April 22nd of 2007, witnesses reported to St. Paul police officers that they, along with Earl Ray Freeman, were waiting for a bus. A group of males and females, some of who they recognized, walked by and tried to start a fight. Jerome Pablo Cross was in the group. When the bus arrived, witnesses and Mr. Freeman got on the bus and went back to the back of the bus and sat next to each other. Witnesses further reported that 3 of the females who were in the group trying to start the fight also got on the bus. The other members of the group ran down to the next bus stop and then got on the bus. The group then came to the back of the bus and started a fight. The bus stopped, and some of the people who had started the fight began to leave by the rear door. Cross got off the bus by the rear door, but then stepped back on the bus, pointing a gun at witness Mr. Freeman. Witness heard Freeman yell, "He's got a gun." As witnesses ducked down, he heard one gunshot and then saw Freeman fall over onto the seat. Mr. Freeman died at the scene. A provisional medical examiner's report stated that the cause of death was a single gunshot. On January 4th of 2008 in Ramsey County District Court, Jerome Pablo Cross was sentenced to 391 months or 32 and a half years for the offense of second-degree murder. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Jerome Cross now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years incarceration. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 18 years of incarceration. His original confinement release date is February 26 of 2029. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Cross is eligible to be considered for release as of April 20th of 2022. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cross. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right, sir. How about yourself?
I'm good, thank you. I'd like to just start out by, I'm just going to ask you a question. Talk about the last year, what you've been doing and how the last year has been for you.
Well, I just want to thank y'all for allowing me the opportunity to come down here and get the experiences that I experienced since being here. When I first came down here, I started off working in ICWIC 2. And while there, I got to do the forklift, certified in forklift, aerial platform lift, UTVs, and then trained in certified in the skid steer. From there, I came to work in stores, which is essentially property, clean administration building, and then do all the property for the juveniles and the adults. I left there and went to ICWIC 1, which is working in the city of Red Wing. There I learned how to mow the grass and weed whip, something I didn't do when I was younger. Planted trees, cut down trees, learned how to cut down trees with a chainsaw. And like I said in the paperwork, the most meaningful thing I did since probably being incarcerated was helping get the city ready for Memorial Day. Right, we went to the Oakwood Cemetery and cleaned all the headstones and all the gravestones. Put dirt in all the flower pots so they can have flowers in them. And then we planted 310 stakes at one of the big parks here, Bay Point, so they can have a flag ceremony. I left there and after getting my getting into the boiler program, I left there to go work in maintenance in the power plant to do the boiler. Got experience on that. Just working on the boilers every day. I took 3 boilers apart and put 3 boilers together under direct supervision of Alan Gullickson. I passed my boiler license, special engineer boilers license, and I took my HVAC test on September 11th, so I'm waiting for the results of that right now as we speak. I participated in the Path to Freedom, which was a mindfulness group or class, meditation, but it also taught me a skill that I kind of was lacking, which was communication through conflict. Right, the thing that I found that worked for me best in conflict was just walking away, but understanding that that's not always possible. Right, so I learned that, and I had to utilize it while being down here, which was a good thing. So I'm glad I got to do that. The Redemption Project, which they teach you that the mind and the body are good commanders of the self, that the soul is, which is your intuition, is going to tell you if something's right or if something's wrong. Right, teach you wisdom, courage, self-awareness, and justice, and not in the sense of the law, but in the sense of just being a just person, right? As far as if somebody does something wrong, they got to be held accountable, and if somebody does something right, they should be rewarded, right? Trying to teach you how to be a better man. Them are some of the things that I did since I've been down here. Cottage representative, which when new people come in, the new intakes, I take them, I do a orientation, explain to them the rules and the regulations of being down in minimum custody. I take them around for a tour, and you know, just a person, they come ask for like assistance or help when it's got to do with count times or anything they don't know about. Worked in the garden, which was the first time for me doing that, so I appreciate that for sure. Cooking on the stove and in the oven, which in all the other prisons you can only cook in the microwave, so that was a good experience, and I appreciate that.
You've done a lot, it sounds like, in that time. Let me ask you, really, first, I'll just ask one at a time. You said one of the most meaningful things you did was preparing for Memorial Day in Red Wing, and a big chunk of that was in the cemetery. What made that meaningful for you?
I mean, first of all, I mean, just to think about my life, right? Growing up not caring about people, right? Then the actions I displayed on April 22nd, 2007, taking somebody's life, taking Earl Freeman's life. I just doing something to give back, and growing up being a selfish person. I think it was something that was just meaningful to me.
When you think about the points of pride, what from the last year what are the things that you're most proud of?
Just continue being the person I am every day, and continue with the change, and then the way that I am making like strides in my life, right? I came down here, and it's kind of like an individualized program down here, right? A lot of things you got to do for yourself. So in the last year, I kind of reached out to a lot of people that work here and got to really interact with them, and give them my story and tell them what I want to do in life and the things I want to do here that I wish I could have did here, right? Especially with the juvenile population. And me and another IP put in a proposal with staff And I think we're getting some momentum from the warden and everybody. So it can be some type of interaction between us and the juveniles that can be in a controlled environment. Right? That's a big thing. And then also starting the peer recovery stuff here. They didn't have it here. We got it. We put some momentum behind it. We got it going on. And it's recovery month today, or in September, it's recovery month. And we got some things going on since last weekend that we're trying to get everybody involved in. And it's going pretty good. So just the way things been going for myself and the way I've been conducting myself, that's what I'm proud of.
That's helpful. And my last question is this: you talked about being selfish and as a young person and not necessarily caring. If you think about your identity then and your identity today, what is the identity that you describe, the identity you most wish to be regarded for? What does that look like? What is the identity that you want people to see in you and regard in you?
I think it's really two things, right? The compassion that I got for life and people today, and then the integrity that I got, right? Two things I lacked in my younger years. But it's two things that I've been working on, right? And it's also something that I'm proud of just having, right? The compassion that I got and the integrity of who I am today.
Thank you. I'll open it up to other members of the board for questions.
What I was most encouraged by today, you're striving something for yourself, but when you're striving for yourself, you're striving for us. So that combination, this is good for me and this is good for all of us, and starting something new that's needed. Yes. Okay. How is that going to be involved in your next steps? Where do you see that going beyond Red Wing?
I mean, I'm gonna continue doing that with my life. I know once I am released, I had to focus on myself at first, right? I had to make sure that I'm stable and make sure that I'm comfortable in my life, and then I want to help. Right? My father does it already, but I want to continue doing it. Right? It's something that I do, like I enjoy doing. So I will continue doing it. I just need, when I get released, I just need to make sure that I'm stable to be able to do it, because I've seen firsthand what happens when you put all your all into something and you don't take care of yourself. Right? I see that firsthand with my father and my mother's relationship. Right? So I know I gotta do that first and then continue to help everybody that I can help.
Thank you.
Other questions?
So I remember you and your dad from a year ago, and I left that meeting. This is to your dad, actually. I felt a little bad that you, Mr. Cross, took responsibility for your son being incarcerated, and yet you were doing such good work out in the community, and now I'm seeing your son doing all this great work in community. And I'm just wondering, younger Mr. Cross, you mentioned that your dad was a model of change for you. Could you say a little bit about how that's working? How is it that your dad's work is impacting you?
I mean, at first, even when I was out, before I got incarcerated, he was doing things to change his life. And he was trying to stop me from doing the things I was doing in my life. And he would make me come with him on the weekends when he would go do motivational talks because of things that he heard about that I was involved in, right? And I wasn't trying to listen. Like I said, I didn't care about a lot of things in life. But then realizing like my father is doing something, he's here, he's in my life, and he's trying to do something better with his life, allowed me to see like everything that he's doing with the Natives Against Heroin and feeding the homeless. Like, it just gives me like hope that it's possible. Or it was possible, because it is possible because I'm doing it now, right?
That's right. That's great. Thank you.
I have a, just a question about your release plan.
Yeah.
I think the last time you talked about possibly, is your mother in Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Where are you at with that versus, you have a girlfriend in Cloquet, that correct?
Yeah.
Have you made a decision on where you're going to go upon release?
Well, so I want to stay in Minnesota and go to northern Minnesota because of the opportunities that I do have, right? Especially like, it's not a job, it's more of a career opportunity. So I wanted to pursue that. And then just the recovery organizations that I'm in, like intertwined with, which is Minnesota Recovery Connection and then Recovery Alliance of Duluth. So I want to stay in Minnesota. That's why my Minnesota plan is so extensive, more than my Texas plan. And then just my support network throughout Minnesota, right? I mean, northern Minnesota is far enough from the cities where I'm away from everything, but it's still close enough for my support network and my family will be able to still reach me.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn to Mr. Cross Senior to open the floor to you. Thank you again for being here today. I just would open it up to you to make whatever comments you'd like.
Well, like last week, thanks for letting me allow to be a part of this. It's very important. Like I stated last time, I grew him up to be who he was, up to 205, 206, when he murdered that guy. That's all he knew. He's 2 years old. I had a blue bandana in his pocket. I had him throwing up gang signs. Had him driving with me in drive-bys. Just showing him a life of my life, my style. So today, when I was released out of Lino Lakes, 2005 of May, I changed. I just went through a lot of programming like him. Went through the triad program for a year, and that really helped me understand who I was, my identity, what I needed to do to change, and stop the cycle of our family coming to the prisons or the systems. So what I had to do was go out there and start doing recovery. I started being in every recovery room there was. I was involved with every conference of recovery. Recidivist rates among us are high, so we had to start dealing with that. We're connected today with Just Hope. That is a new group up out there doing great work, and they're part of the DOC. So we got that. We got a lot of partnerships and resources up in that area where my son will be going. Sober Squad, Natives Against Drugs. What's the other one? I got a couple of them. Plus, we got some good resources in, to different aspects of jobs like the casinos. But it really just started to show him that we can change, that we ain't the ones that I made you. We need to come better. I got a new son that's 5 years old, and he don't understand what's going on. He don't understand why he can't see his brother. And with the work we're doing with him, is not like we're doing with Jerome. Today it's all positive, bringing the cycles. He's got his 2 years into preschool, now he's going to kindergarten, and just doing good work out there in the community and trying to save lives and make sure that people know that you can stay out of these places. You just have to ask for help and use those resources out there. And we got a lot of resources out for here for Jerome, if needed. It looks like he got a good plan. And we got different backups for him. We got different avenues in case that don't work. We got a strong family value out there now. No one's using, no one's drinking, no one's thugging, no one's doing none of that. It's all the positive things. So he's coming home to a brand new lifestyle. And he's really can help us too. He's got that new drive, that new energy, and he's going to have a voice. You know, he's going to have a voice as long as you all know. He made a name in the joint. Everybody knew who he is. And with that kind of work and now what he's doing is really a lot of good work. What he can bring to any community is really great. So thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for being here, and thanks for the transformation you're making and the difference you're making today with folks. I appreciate that. If with that, I guess I'd like to just open the floor to you again, Mr. Cross, to make a final comment to the board before we talk about next steps.
Yeah, I just, again, like to thank everybody for the opportunity that y'all gave me for coming down here. And I want to say something to Mr. Andrew Larson. Last time, what was it, a year ago, exactly a year ago, people kind of took my family kind of took you asking me to do 18 months as a bad thing, but I appreciate what you said after that about not giving me too much too fast because you don't want me to fail. And I remember that this whole year. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
I just appreciate everything.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that. And with that, I'm going to close that discussion and open this up for board discussion and deliberation. During board discussion deliberation, we will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I'll open the floor to the board. I don't know. I was just going to turn to Mr. Larson because he had such great wisdom last time. Maybe to
Give it to him. Yeah.
To kick this off.
Well, I'm certainly in support of continued step down. I would support a transition to work release, again, largely just that incremental process. I would certainly support that. So, I mean, if we're looking for a motion, I would make a motion for continued step down to work release. If we're looking for a time frame, I'm always going to be a little bit slower than maybe others, but I'd be looking at about a year for continuance, recognizing there's probably a 3 or 4 month wait to even get there. That gives 8 months under work release. So that's a lot of words, but I hope that motion makes sense.
I'll second it. So we have a motion and a second. Other
clarification, where that would be, Duluth is a possibility,
Yeah,
both for
Duluth.
the next step and work release.
Yeah, I think right now we'd be looking probably Duluth Bethel would be where he would end up going because it would make him closer and allow him to start creating and building those networks where he would be releasing to. And sounds like Mr. Cross Senior also has some connections and work that's happening there already as well. So.
So can I just clarify, continue 1 year, deny parole at this time?
Yeah, deny parole at this
Yes,
time. Move.
sorry, yes.
Other point, I also just want to lift up, and Mr. Cross, and I really want to support and encourage you. You had talked about things, whether it's you looked into EMDR, you looked into some tattoo removal stuff. I really want to encourage you to pursue those things that you feel are going to be beneficial, and that that when you come back in before the board in a year, that you can talk about how you identified these things in a reentry plan, and not only did you identify them in your plan, but you followed through on them. And I think we've seen you do that over the last year, and would certainly love to see you continue to do that as you transition here. Any other thoughts? All right. Obviously, the only thing I would just add for your sake, I say this all the time, but remaining discipline-free would be a standard condition of that. So to the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Earhart is absent. Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstad.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Strufert.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. Mr. Cross will begin the process. They'll begin the process of working on, a transition to work release. We would look at Duluth Bethel because it makes sense in terms of where you're going. In the meantime, continue doing the good stuff you're doing. Continue to support people as we see a lot more transitions because of the Stillwater move and so forth. And your help there is important. I would argue for both the people that you're assisting and probably for yourself. Thank you for that. And we look forward to seeing you and hearing from you in a year and talking about what work release has been about.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, switching over to Lino Lakes.
Andrew, can you hear me? I just wanted to explain to all of you, his sentencing is a little different because this pending consecutive sentence that he has was committed when he's an adult. So that will forever remain after his life sentence as a consecutive. We don't have any authority over that one.
Wasn't his offense committed as an adult?
Yeah. Yeah, we had so.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Like just over 18, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and once he's done with that, he's done, he won't see it.
Right.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
So if he's paroled off of his,
Right.
once he's paroled, then just serve that out and then hit the street.
Carefully,
Good eye.
carefully. Here, let me meet you in the middle.
Lunch.
Have a couple, mine too.
Thank you.
Take more than one.
That's good.
Oh, yeah, I didn't bring any food. I did, it's in the car, I haven't had time to go up. This is good, thank you.
I was looking at a history thing that was put together that was done when you were the commissioner. It was kind of just a retrospective on that of the history, and then I think Aubrey's been doing a bunch of work on upkeeping.
Okay.
Have you been? Are you doing the stuff with MCN upkeep of the kind of the historical thing? Yeah. So I was just looking at. I was saying, Cheryl, I was looking at it yesterday. And that was when it was initially done. It was when Cheryl was the commissioner.
Yeah, that was the 70th version, because I did the 75th and 80th, I think, or was it 90, 80 and 90, 75 and 90?
Because 59 was when, wasn't it, when the,
I did the 85th, so it must have been 75 and 85th
okay,
that I did.
yeah,
So it was prior to the 75-year anniversary, and then I
well, piece it together from there.
fixed it
Yeah,
a lot.
because what
Ended up
you
and
were,
then-
you were on from what years?
99 to 202.
Yeah, 90, yeah, because it was 90. I think that was 99.
You do anything at the state fair? I remember the sound at the state fair that people could get in. Do you remember that?
Yeah, let's similar to that one.
Yeah, we've had a recruitment booth the last. I don't know if they did it. I don't know if they did it this last year, but they did the previous years.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear about it this year, so I'm not sure what they did.
I didn't even make it to the state fair.
I didn't either.
I didn't either. I used to like it. I stay away now.
Just glad there was no violence.
My daughter learned her lesson. Not this past state fair, but the one before. She was so excited. She was like, "We go to the state fair with my grandson." I go, "When are you going?" I go, "No, I can't take that day off." I thought, kidding me? I hauled 3 little kids to state fair once in my life, and I know better. So the next thing I get is a picture. He's in the stroller, and they're trotting down this. She goes, "Nice caramel latte coffee, whatever walk at the state fair," and it wasn't even an hour later. She's got an alcoholic drink in her hand.
Oh my God.
And the toddler won't stay in the shoulder, and he's screaming bloody murder. He goes, "Not the right idea."
Yeah, you only do that once.
Huh? Won't it be fun? We'll take them and walk around the state fair. Oh my God, don't torture yourself.
So this unit will continue to be on the prison?
Yeah, they started one at Faribault. That's now stood up too. So the goal is that a little bit, some of that European stuff of just trying to create more support and kind of stuff. So staff, a little bit lighter staff, but they bring in staff expertise to help them process stuff, identify rules, enforce standards, that kind of stuff. But the places around the country that have established these have had like almost zero issues. And in fact, if people are screwing up, they want them out because they don't want they want to be able to, like, we're going to put some refrigerators in there, but it's cold. Obviously, put some stuff obviously they can get food. So they have a lot more at stake. If that gets pulled, it's a big deal. And even for the staff, it's a big change because you're a resource, you're a support. One of the things that North Dakota is big on this, did you look at that site that was done by North Dakota, and they had the positive feedback reports? That's not something we do as a regular course of business. It's one of the things that they did a number of years ago, is to really do that positive feedback reports.
Yeah, I was really impressed with that.
You notice that in North Dakota?
Yeah.
I did when I was a correctional counselor.
You had to do it, you guys did them.
We had to do, they call them evaluations, or I think they were called evaluations. But it was like, what are you doing for programming? What do you like? What do you want to get involved in? What's your plan? What's your goal? How do we get you through it? And it was, you had the ability to do one-on-one meetings with people because we had the population that was that reasonable. But North Dakota's little notes about, hey, thanks for helping me out in education today, and just little notes like that.
Yeah.
It goes a such a long way, and I think we're doing this now with MRA, is to really start to encourage staff feedback, and that was a big change. There were staff were saying, we really want them to know that they have a voice in them doing well and not doing so well. And so I think it will make a big difference. But yeah, there's a lot of excitement about this ELU thing. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. And I think the staff are, unsure, but we sent some staff out to Maine and Missouri to look at a couple. They were blown away by how different it is.
That's kind of the same resistance we had when we started the fleet.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Change.
Yeah.
Something different. What's it going to mean for my status?
Yeah.
But I think the assaults have gone down, and I think that unit is now kind of coveted as far as what I understand for correctional workers.
Yeah, they
They
love
were
it.
happy.
It becomes rewarding for both.
Exactly.
And I mean, they can argue it all they want at first because change is scary, but it's rewarding both ways.
How do they get into this unit at Stillwater? Do
They applied.
Oh, they do.
We had 8, they got 310 into that unit. And they had, I think in the end it was over 1,000 applications across the state, across the system.
Big interest.
To go to Stillwater?
To go to this Stillwater.
So there's only one of these?
Now there's 150 bed unit at Faribault too.
Oh, wow.
And the goal is that we will have them at every prison will have honors units effectively. Because I think it helps you start to differentiate who's well, and it helps the population say, well, I can strive for something that provides me more community, more movement, more opportunity, more access. I mean, this cells at Stillwater, eventually we'll get to a point where the doors will be closed at night only. And in many cases not locked.
I was surprised he was accepted into the unit.
He had, he has, when you look at his mid-star, and then he used the mid safety, which is the tool that we use for assessment of institution misconduct. And, he doesn't have a lot, but he will be an interesting guy in there, because the question becomes, who do you follow? And if you are in a therapeutic community, does it bring out the best? And people, and we were housing people by work assignment. So then what happened is, if you were that lifer who has been like positive for the last 15 years and all about change, you were in there with a young guy who was just like, didn't care about a damn thing. And they're getting locked down all the time. And it was starting to impact, the thought was mixing the units actually will be beneficial for those who were struggling. In fact, it became the other way around. It hurt the people who were more positive. So differentiation of population, we think, and other states have found it makes a big difference, and something for people to shoot for.
What does this unit mean in terms of the actual closing of Stillwater? How does that timetable work?
This June 30th of 2029 is when it will close, and then in the meantime, we're standing up units across the system with the goal of making sure that we can move people that are in there into units across elsewhere.
I see.
And then we're looking at building some capacity probably at Faribault, and a big chunk of that would be earned living units, probably earned living units, and some level of administrative or restrictive housing type of environment, because we're going to lose that at Stillwater.
So adding on to the facility, or just
adding on? And part of that's because we have to prepare for what the eventual decision that you're going to need to make about St. Cloud, because that's even older. And so if you don't ever have additional capacity, nobody's ever going to want to have the conversation about what we do here. And then, reducing the footprint actually reduces cost dramatically, because you're not replicating plow trucks and administration and everything that goes into running a place. You add additional staff and that kind of stuff. And we have capacity at Faribault and at Rush City to do that. So I think that's kind of the thought. We're going for seek some bonding money to do some. There's a push, I guess, to buy the prison, the vacant prison, and run
For the state?
the state.
See, I had heard it was, I thought it was the immigration.
They were looking at it, but I don't know that. I don't know that they know that there's going to be a lasting benefit, because I think some of the economics of immigration enforcement have not been as positive. You look at some of these industries, right? They're hurting.
Exactly.
So I think there is some thought that they are, they're doing some capacity growth, but and then the problem is that they can't staff it. And it will be hard for us to staff.
Is it kind of
Appleton, yeah.
I thought there was a lot of construction problems security wise.
I think they've done a really good job of keeping it up. We looked at it and then have met with the folks who own it, and And I think now they're seeing this, that foreclosure is an opportunity to say, buy this from us. And open it up, but all it does is it may cost us less than some building. But we're gonna have to replicate again an entire system and structure.
Getting enough bodies, staff to be there. To work
And
there.
then, it's, most of our prisons are on the eastern side of the state, just other than St. Cloud, and so now we're going, way southwest. Any word from them?
These were called. The officer didn't send the guy. And then they had shift change. But he's on his way now.
Okay.
They did, but
I was just gonna call
that
it
was
word.
the delay. The officer she called didn't send the guy.
All right, I'll talk to the board, because we've had this conversation with them
Oh, yeah.
about they need to be ready to go.
Is the boot camp still open?
Yeah.
Is it still kind of, is it still successful?
Yep, outcomes are still very much better.
Who goes?
Mostly,
2 years?
mostly drug offenders. There's some people that are getting up to 44 months, 46 months reduction through CIP. And then we'll have MRA that will end up, impacting some. We had our first release of on that last week. Young woman out of Shakopee who really took it to heart and got dug into programming and feels this immense pressure because she's the first person. So, she's like a little bit like the lifers feel, when they're out in the community, they feel that pressure of like, I owe you to not screw up. And that's how she feels. So it's kind of good to see.
Cheryl, do you remember the Independent Living Center at Shakopee?
Yeah.
Do you?
Is it still there?
No, it's something else now. But, so if you're gonna make these earned living units, that's our limit to Kmart.
Yeah, I don't
Shopping.
remember that. Yeah, I do remember that. See, what happened? Didn't they used to have a way that mothers could have their children stay weekends? Is that still in existence?
We had a parenting unit and they had trundle beds.
Is that still in existence?
And that program isn't in it. But now they have Healthy Start and, other things. But now the kids are coming inside of the state.
It was interesting. I'm in a Bible study fellowship and they had people going into Shakopee before COVID, but it never resumed. And it might have been they didn't have the staff to staff. It might have been just nobody picked up the ball. But there's a woman named Shug Beret who says that she's baptized over 600 inmates in Shakopee. She's got a podcast. She actually sold her house to go and help women offenders getting out of prison. She's amazing. Her name is Shug Beret, SHUG BRY. So she and her husband are traveling around in a mobile.
General statement, and I know you've been involved in the program.
You're on.
Oh,
I'm not in. Here you go.
All right.
Good. Sir, how do you pronounce your last name?
Michael Medine.
Medine?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure. So good afternoon, Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Mr. Michael Medine, who's present by live stream video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Lino. Mr. Medine also has his advocate, Mr. Sean Parch, present with him at the facility. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray, board member Cheryl Ramstead, and board member Andrew Larson. Our records indicate that on September 20th of 1998, Brooklyn Park Police received an anonymous phone call informing them that a rape and homicide had occurred earlier in the day in the city of Brooklyn Park. Through an investigation, it was determined that Michael Medine and his accomplices murdered a 13-year-old Hmong girl. She was raped, stabbed several times with a knife, choked, and suffocated. On July 7th of 1999, Michael Medine was sentenced to a 30-year life sentence for first-degree murder in Hennepin County District Court. Today's review represents his first review after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration. His parole eligibility date on his life sentence will occur on September 20th of 2028. It should also be noted that Mr. Medine also has a consecutive sentence of 60 months for first-degree assault. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Medine. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
I'd like to start out by asking you to tell us what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Thank you for asking. Yeah, the very first thing I want to do is I want to apologize to Pania Lower's family. I understand the gravity of the situation, why we're here. I don't take it lightly, and I am very deeply remorsefully sorry for my actions. I'd like to apologize to the Hmong community. I took a member from your community. I'm sorry. To the St. Paul communities, to the Brooklyn Park communities, to law enforcement and everybody else that's indirectly and directly affected by my crime and my actions in 1998. I'm sorry. With that said, Mr. Commissioner and the board members, to answer your question a little bit more directly, I would like to ask for a 3-year continuance so that I can finish my mandates. I have an SOTP mandate that I'm currently working on, as well as a year of aftercare that I need to do. And I'd also like to, before the 30-year review, have my ECRC and my civil commitment meeting SPP/STP review completed before the 30 years. And then today to go over my preliminary release plan. And if you have any questions or concerns or thoughts that I need to work on over the next few years, I'd like to hear them. So that's what I'd like to see happen today, sir.
Okay, thank you. You started out, I think, apologizing, to the family of your victim. Can you talk a little bit about what your actions were on as it relates to her and why?
Right. So back in 98, as you guys know from the paperwork in front of you, I was involved in a gang rape murder with Pania Lower. I met Pania as I was walking back from Subway, a random encounter. She had told me that she needed a ride back to St. Paul because she had been kicked out of the car due to some gang issues. And she was told to fight somebody. She didn't want to fight them, so they kicked her out. And she was walking back to St. Paul as I was walking home. And I offered her a ride. And that's how I met her. When I got back to my apartment from a friend that had picked us up, we had decided to cross over through a park to get to another house to give her a ride. And I prodded one of my co-defendants as I seen him looking at her. I joked with him. I said, why don't you go talk to her since you're staring at her? And he shook me off, kind of acted shy. And I made the comment, that you couldn't get any action unless you raped a female. I said it in more graphic terms, but that's the generality of it. And then he said, well, if you're so tough, why don't you go knock her down? Feeling challenged, looking for peer acceptance, with a multitude of distorted thoughts and beliefs, I decided to knock her down from behind. I grabbed her and I covered her mouth while he began to rape her. As he began to rape her, I then jumped up and walked over to another one of my co-defendants, and we watched out while the rape occurred. During this time, the reality of what was happening sunk in, and I started to panic. And I became so frightened to get caught, to be involved in this, to get retaliation from her friends, to go to prison. I did some time in juvenile detention, so I was familiar with the law to the point where even though I knew I didn't physically rape her, I was an accessory to it. And I felt the only option at that time was to kill her. And as I look back on that now, boy, that's I couldn't have been more wrong. And that was my role. And then me and another co-defendant ended up murdering her to cover everything up. Yeah, and then the second part of that question, sir?
Yeah, no, just how old was she?
She was 13. Yeah.
How old were you?
I was 18 at that time.
Did she beg for this to stop at any point?
When I was knocking her down, she did say, please don't do this. And which is what provoked me to cover her mouth. It was completely cruel on my end. I look back on this and I couldn't have been more heartless. There's no justification for what I did. Looking for peer acceptance, using the vehicle criminality at the expense of this little girl. That it's just been a hard pill to swallow for the rest, for all these years, because it's not okay. It wasn't okay, and it still isn't okay. And I really wish that I never would have did that.
So, what do you feel you stand to gain from participating in sex offender treatment program?
So I just started, and it's the cognitive behavioral therapy format, which I'm very familiar with. I've been in other treatments that have that as a format, which dives into your beliefs, talks about 13 dynamic risk factors that lead to crime. And I'm going to explore all of that. It's going to talk about a relapse prevention plan to not only just to just not look at crime the same way, to not look at my actions in the same way that I did when I was 18. And I've done a lot of work, and I believe some of it may be repetitive, but at the end of the day, repetition builds skill. And I don't feel like you can ever stop learning. And I'm looking forward to learning more.
All right, thank you. I'm going to open the floor up to other board members to ask questions.
The record reflects that you had been in a home and then were taken out and put into another foster care facility for raping a sister in that home repeatedly.
Yes, ma'am. When I was 13 years old, I was in living with the Medines, my adopted parents, and I molested my older sister 4 times while she was sleeping. which resulted in me getting removed from that family, and then put in juvenile detention for 4 years. This is some of the contributing factors of my thought process of the night of the murder of Pania Laura. As distorted as I was going off a lot of what I've understood about the law in prison from juvenile.
What about the sexual assaults between the ages of 13 and 18 that you committed? Are there some out there that just haven't been found or haven't been prosecuted?
No, ma'am. I've been incarcerated my whole life. I was out for 5 months from 18 until I committed this crime. That wasn't the case at all. I committed the crime at 13 against my sister, and that I went to treatment a lot, and it didn't really resonate with me. I didn't internalize the stuff that I learned, which led to many more problems throughout my juvenile detention problem, but nothing of a sexual nature. I have never committed a sexual crime since the 13, except for being accessory to this one at 18.
What about this consecutive sentence? Was the victim in that one a woman?
Yes, it was. I was in the county jail at the time, and I tried to escape. It was a crime of opportunity. I took a mop wringer over a female guard's head, and out of the fear of going to prison, I was again panicked, and that in my distorted view at that time, and my hostility towards women, my beliefs towards women of looking at them as less than, which I no longer hold, I decided to act out in a violent manner to try to break out of county jail, yes.
Do you have any current relationship with anybody in your adopted family, your adoptive family?
Yeah, so for 7 years after I committed the crime in '98, we didn't speak. My family was appalled at my actions. They did not raise me in a manner to do anything of the sort. Out of the grace of their own hearts and their Christian upbringing, they reached out to me 7 years later. My mom and my dad did via a letter, which was a huge turning point in my life as far as my beliefs towards women, about criminality, about the things that I had done. And we restored that relationship through letters, through a restorative practice of being vulnerable with each other. And they still to this day come see me once a year. I have not spoke to my sister since I was 13, or really anybody else in my family. I talk to an aunt via mail every now and then.
How did that letter affect you with respect to your views about women?
Hostility to women was a huge issue with me, and this stems from my birth with my birth mother. I had experienced extreme trauma. And that letter, it made me, when I heard her viewpoint of the things that I had done to her daughter and her thoughts and feelings about the crime that I had committed against Pania, it floored me to the point where I looked at it from an empathetical lens. I started to really grasp the gravity of the ripple effect. And I wasn't just to even receive this type of attention or love or affection from them. The fact that they had shown forgiveness in that manner, it made me look at women in a light that I had blamed women, and I had blamed my adopted mom for a lot of my problems in my life as a reflection of my birth mom. And I realized they're not the enemy, and they love me, and they want to help me, and they want me to be better. And so it made me wanting to do that. It made me want to join programs. It made me want to get involved with RJ. It made me want to get involved with other people in my life. I also had the encounter to meet my birth mom before she passed. I had through her, the adopted mom. She ended up finding her through adoption records, and I ended up calling my birth mom before she passed from cancer. And she told me that she was a victim of sexual assault, which started her whole journey into drugs. And then that's what got me took away from her. So then I started looking at her from an empathetical lens, and that she's a victim and that I didn't blame her no more. And so this hostility towards women changed from these interactions that I had with my moms. Also, the people that were in programs with me, I in Stillwater and in some of the other facilities, a lot of it was females that were teaching me the CBT. They were the ones that were doing the RJ. I can't sit in prison and look at, you know, the totality of crime the same way after I get that type of attention and that focus and that respect. And it changed my views completely on that.
What are you getting out of Prison Fellowship Academy?
Right. So Prison Fellowship Academy is another CBT based program. But one of the biggest things that they go over is boundaries. They talk about trauma. They talk about building a team to help recognize triggers. And so one of the things that I've learned with myself is that if I'm overeating, if I'm spending money, if I'm isolating, these are triggers, these are signs. And so I share that with my support team now, to be vulnerable with them and to express to them what's going on at all times. I realize that I can't do this alone. And the PFA family, I did the 18-month course while I was in Stillwater, and then now I've transferred and done it down here at Lino. They've done nothing but support me. They've given me tools from a biblical standpoint, but also from cognitive behavioral therapy standpoint. And I can't be more thankful. I'm actually very thankful for all the programming that I've gotten in the DOC. I realized that if I would have been on the street, I don't see the likelihood of me doing any of that work. So I'm very thankful for all the programs that I've participated in and the staff that have helped me along the way.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. I don't have any further questions for you.
Other questions?
Mr. Medina, so what was your motivation to, because you've participated in exhaustive programming while you've been incarcerated. What was your motivation for that?
Right. So the first 5 years of my incarceration were unstable. Due to the nature of my crime, I wasn't accepted by the prison population. I had to go to protective custody for over a year. During this isolation, I contemplated suicide. I was on suicide watch, and I had to start asking the questions why I wasn't being accepted by what I deemed to be my peers at that time. And it really shook my whole belief system towards criminality, right? Because if I'm not accepted by the people that I looked up to, that I idolized, that I was trying to emulate, I had to take a deep look inside of myself. So that was the very beginning of it. But then, like I've said, through the letters with my mothers, I ended up going to an exhaustive programming, like you said, and every one of them, you meet people. And I met the leaders of Stillwater. I met the David Brahms, the Coley Gates, the Jerome Nuns, and all these people that have helped me join in these other platforms, such as AVP, anger management, RJ. And I started learning the tools of journaling, reframing. I started learning how to be vulnerable and to talk and to ask for help. I had never done these things in my life before. And through that community, I became a better man. I changed my belief systems towards criminality, towards women, towards drugs, towards education. And that, so the motivation was in itself of just of accomplishing it, meeting new people, and being encouraged all the way, which is why I'm such a firm believer in team right now. Because without the people and the support that I've been around, I wouldn't have been the man that I am today.
So I note you've done a lot of restorative justice work, council member, all that sort of stuff. So how are you able to give back? Like, what does that look like in any way, shape, or form? Whether it's to society at large, among community, the family of the victim in this particular case. What does restorative practices look like for you in this regard?
Right. So the very first thing is that I needed to take accountability for my crime. And that was being vulnerable inside of these groups, inside of the relationships that I formed, recognizing that a harm was done and then how to repay that harm. And for me, that's being a walking atonement with my actions. it's a confined environment that I'm in. I definitely understand that. I understand that I could choose many different paths, and I've always made sure that I've never harmed anybody else. Once I got the aha moment of this ripple effect, you can't harm somebody else without harming yourself. I've made it a point not to engage with people that I feel are harming other people, and for me, it's more about a walk. It's about giving instead of taking. And that is it looks different with everybody that I meet, because sometimes people just need somebody to listen to. Some people need advice. Some people just need a space so that they can be vulnerable. And I can share my story with them so that if anybody else is ever looking for peer acceptance, they have hostility towards women, they have the views of criminality that I did when I was 18. I use my story as a way to prevent any more harm from being brought upon this world. I can't bring Pania Lore back, and that I wish I could. I can't. I can only be the best man that I can be now and be a walking atonement. So that, yes, sir, that's how I view that question.
So you referenced an aha moment. Was there a specific moment in general that was that proverbial aha moment for you, or was it something more generic?
No, there was a few aha moments. I talked about the letters from my mothers. I talked about the initial reaction of the prison population and the reflection that I did there. There was a guy that I met in the RJ Council, and we were talking about the macro and micro approach to my crime and the ripple effect. This is new to me at this time. I didn't understand the ripple effect at all. And he said, you killed Pania, you destroyed family. But what if Pania had a child, and that child had a child, and that child had a child? You killed a whole line of people. Your offense is against God himself. And I had never even looked at it from that perspective. And again, I can't stress this enough. There have been so many people along the way that have challenged my thoughts and my beliefs, and they've made me see things from a different perspective that I wouldn't have gotten if I would have been on the street. And with this, these relationships, I feel like I've become a better man. I've challenged those beliefs, and I've swapped those beliefs. So there is a bunch of aha moments, and then to this day, I try to be that aha moment for somebody else too, because I want to challenge people the way that I was challenged.
One more question. So what do you say to those who would say, like, the egregious nature of your offense, and let's just be honest, it is horrific, that someone who is willing to participate in that sort of thing can't be rehabilitated? Like, how do you respond to something like that?
I would say that's a very fair thought first, because it is a very egregious crime and it's a very heartless crime. I would explain the trauma that I went through. I would explain that's how somebody becomes with those distorted beliefs. I realized that a lot of my beliefs were reinforced from early when I was a child. You guys have been in the paperwork. My mother was a prostitute. I've seen her get gang raped. The hostility towards, or not gang rape, she was raped at gunpoint, excuse me. I've witnessed a lot of trauma early on. I was a victim of myself, and it got reinforced through the foster systems, and it got reinforced through juvenile. And by me choosing to be a part of certain subgroups, these deep, just wicked beliefs, they get reinforced, and to the point where you become so self-absorbed that you don't even think of anybody else. And yes, it does take a dramatic event such as prison and multitude hours of cognitive behavioral therapy and people that have gotten it themselves to help back and reach. I've had thousands of people, hundreds. I mean, I've met so many people that have helped me, and you just can't do it alone. So I would say that it is possible, but it is very difficult, and I'm never going to stop learning. That's another thing too. I don't think that you can ever get to a point in life where, oh yeah, I'm better now. I think that it's a continual journey to the day that I die, to be a better version of me at all given times. So yeah, it's a fair assessment though. I don't take lightly why we're here today.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm going to turn to Mr. Make sure is it Parch? Yes, sir. Just I want to first of all say thank you for being here today, and but I want to open the floor for you just to to provide your thoughts and insights about Mr. Medine and what you've seen in him over the course of time.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner, and the board as well. So I prepared this before I came, and I'll just read it to you.
Absolutely.
It says, to the honorable members of the Supervised Release Board, I am writing this letter in formal support of Mr. Medine's plan to release from incarceration. He's been incarcerated since July of 1999, and during this time, he has made significant progress in personal development, recovery, and service to others. In my professional capacity, I've had the opportunity to work directly with Mr. Medine over the past year. He has successfully completed 2 of the trainings in the field of certified peer recovery specialist. His level of engagement and willingness to learn and thoughtful participation reflect not only a deep commitment to his own growth, but also a genuine desire to assist others in the recovery journey. His conduct in these trainings was encouraging, insightful, and demonstrated accountability, maturity, and leadership qualities. Beyond my training, Mr. Medine has consistently active in programming within the Minnesota Department of Corrections. His dedication to rehabilitative opportunities demonstrates his readiness for successful reintegration in the community. And moreover, Mr. Medine has shown strong potential to serve as a leader within the peer recovery field. His lived experience, coupled with his dedication to learning and service, uniquely positions him to mentor others both inside and outside of correction settings. I believe he has the capacity to become not only effective as a peer recovery specialist, but also as a future trainer and advocate for those who can guide others through their own recovery and reentry journeys. I feel that Mr. Medine has utilized his years of incarceration productively and has equipped himself with the tools, skills, and insight necessary to live responsibly and to contribute meaningfully to society. I firmly believe that he is prepared to reenter the community as a law-abiding, service-oriented individual whose leadership and positivity impact both the recovery community and society at large. And for those reasons, I'm here today to wholeheartedly support Mr. Medine's plan for his eventual release. And as a certified peer recovery, I've talked to Mike about this, as he gets towards that point and once he's released, myself and RCN is fully ready to help him reintegrate, to get back into the recovery community and kind of reacclimate to society and to help him be successful.
Thank you so much, and we thank you for being here and support of him and for the work that you all have been doing with the Department of Corrections. It's much appreciated, and it makes a difference.
Commissioner, you actually gave me that opportunity. I met you at a transitions coalition. You helped me get into the DOC to do this work. So I am forever grateful for that, and I wouldn't change it for anything. So thank you, sir, for the opportunity.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. With that, I'm going to just open it up to you, Mr. Medine, for one last comment to the board before we move into deliberation and discussion and next steps.
Thank you, Commissioner, and to the board members. Yeah, I want to reiterate how remorseful I really am. I haven't taken this lightly. I'm just so, I just wish I would never done what I've done. I don't glorify it in any which way, shape, form, or fashion. And I'm very thankful for the opportunities that you guys have presented me while I've been in prison through education, through the CBT, training, the programs, and the relationships that I've formed with inmates and staff alike. I'm a different man than I was when I was 18, and I'm thankful for that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to close that aspect of the discussion. And during board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I'll open it up, and maybe just out of I'll just launch a motion. And I would just do at this stage, I would just motion move denial of parole. A continuation for 3 years, allow him to complete his the SOTP program and aftercare as is recommended, and as he has been willing to and seemingly actively engaged in, and that he remained discipline free, that he really work on then developing a release plan would be a part of this this time. And really the goal would be, I would, just to think, as I think through this, for him to come in a place where the board could at least consider at the time of a future review, the possibility of moving him toward parole for the purpose of completing his and using step down, using the subsequent sentence, the consecutive sentence as a step down option. Would be one of the ways to look at that, but that would certainly be up to the board at the time of that review in 3 years. So that would be the motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion?
I would just refer to the psych review that was done on July 16th of this year that recommended that he meet regularly with mental health provider, focusing on emotional experiences, self-confidence, self-esteem, dealing with stress. And then secondly, that he increases a positive pro-social support system and participate in the lifer group.
I would certainly adopt that as a supportive and positive for him as well. And it makes sense. And I think some of the behavioral health stuff, well, some of that will happen during the treatment, but obviously even after that, I think for him to engage those resources as a way of, a demonstration of his commitment to continuing those efforts would be worthwhile. All right, we have a motion and a second. So I'll call the vote to the motion. Board Member Bray?
Yes.
Board Member Larson?
Yes.
Board Member Ramstad?
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. Mr. Medine, you've heard the discussion, not a big surprise. I think, I know that the PRT had talked to you about this. I think, what I really am trying to land for you is that, you have, and I think demonstrated today, even to talk about how, what you did and what you caused here. And some of your own history, I think, has, I think, speaks to much of the progress that you've made. And I would really hope and trust that will continue. And that you really think about, as you come back in 3 years, that you're prepared to talk to the board about using your subsequent sentence as a step down, and why it is that they should be ready to give you a date at that stage of the game so that you can use that subsequent sentence as part of your step down process for reintegration. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Any questions about that?
No, sir.
All right. I wish you the best of luck and dig deep. I sounds like you've been doing that, and I would just encourage you to continue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you. All right. We'll be transitioning to our last one, and we'll just take a minute here to get them set up. But it's a work release case, so we'll get them in here and move this before you see.
Okay.
You're good.
You sure?
Yeah, you're fine.
Chairs are terrible.
Yeah,
They are really
not great.
to me.
I'm just going to slide in. Sure.
Here, so that's.
Pull that table away.
I'll just
Put 'em.
There's two of them here, and I think we can see them, right? And then.
Yeah.
How are you?
Check, check. All right. Cool, cool, cool. That went a lot faster than I was expecting. Super cool. Well, good idea.
All right, good afternoon,
Yeah.
everyone. I'm Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Mr. Michael Buntruck, who is present in person with us here at Central Office. Mr. Buntruck's advocate, Mr. Michael Olson, is also present with us today. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. We also have our board members present today. We have Board Member Christine Bray and Board Member Andrew Larson, who is on the screen to the side of you there. Our records indicate that on May 4th of 1995, Michael Buntruck decided that he was going to run away from home with his girlfriend. He discussed with her various options as to how to accomplish this. He said if he took the car, his mother, Diane Buntruck, would call the police. One way to prohibit her from doing this would be to kill her. Michael then made a noose with a radio cord, went to his mother's bedroom, slipped the noose around her neck, and pulled it tight until she gasped. Michael and his girlfriend buried his mother's body in a shallow grave in Ham Lake. Subsequently, they drove to Fargo, North Dakota, where they were arrested by Fargo police as a result of police reports regarding the Buntruck family vehicle having been stolen. An autopsy determined Diane Buntruck died as a result of strangulation. The victim also had bruises on her body, indicating she struggled with her attacker prior to dying. On August 8th of 1995, Michael Buntruck was sentenced to life imprisonment by Ramsey County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of first-degree murder. Michael Buntruck was sentenced to a minimum of 30 years imprisonment. He has been previously reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel and the Supervised Release Board 3 times. He was continued for future review each time. On February 22nd of 2024, he was given the opportunity to transition to minimum custody, and on February 25th of 2025, he was transferred to the work release program. Today's review by the board represents Mr. Buntruck's 4th review after serving 30.5 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date occurred on May 4th of 2025. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Thank you. Good afternoon. How you doing?
Feeling good today.
All right. Well, why don't you just start by talking a little bit about work release, what it's been, what you've learned, where you're at.
Work release has been a fantastic experience for me. The things that I've learned, just dealing with traffic is one big thing, you know, whether it's the bus route and just individuals. And while in prison, you become aware of people's body language and what they're up to or doing, you know, or like how they're moving to kind of stay out of the way or to navigate those things, and learning society's modes of navigation. You know, there's a lot of people that are just staring at their phones and have no idea what's going on around them and could walk right into you if you're not paying attention also, you know. So just little things like that of just, you know, the appropriate interactions, social interactions. You know, sometimes you say hi to a person and they just keep going by or whatever, little things like that, all the way to the different challenges. When I first got out, if you remember me speaking on it before, it was difficult for me to get a state ID card because the social security card didn't match the birth certificate and that whole thing. How do you navigate the bureaucracy of that? Learning more about computers and how to navigate through that. Right after the last hearing, I started working at Frito-Lay and logging in for the HR information in order to set up the bank account. What does that look like? How are those kind of things? And it could seem very intimidating. And in the moment it was, man, I don't want to screw this up and get myself fired from the company before I even start if I click the wrong button, just for not really knowing. But knowing that there's places to reach out to. You know, I called and talked to a contact at the HR department, walked me right through it. You know, the information that was online was a little off, you know, click on a box that's not there. So I was like, uh-oh, what do I do? You know, being able to ask questions and, you know, just being able to interact with people. Being able to see different meetings, NA meetings, and meet the personalities there. Met some really fantastic people, good contacts. And I'm part of a run group Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays, working around schedules, you know, try to be there as often as possible. And the fellows that are participants in there, they're part of the Salvation Army Recovery Center. So I feel very fortunate to be a part of that group because not only do I get to be mentored by the mentors that are working with Mile in My Shoes and, you know, navigating the city that way with a person by my side so I'm not getting lost running around downtown. But I also get to interact with the fellas who are new to recovery. You know, they're 2-3 months into recovery themselves and they're looking for a better way to live. I think it's an amazing opportunity to say, hey, there is a better way to live than living in a treatment facility and or in a gutter or, you know, paycheck to paycheck using drugs and just trying to be an inspiration to them in that kind of way. And made some really good connections with them fellows. It's very nice, you know, when you show up weekly, you get the welcoming hug and the, hey, where were you on Saturday? Didn't see you, you know, kind of thing. And it's just that nice welcoming feel. Overall, my experience has been really good.
What also during this time, like what insights did you gain into some of the challenges that, you know, beyond the more tactical things of, you know, like the computer stuff, but what other kind of insights did you gain around the challenges?
I feel very fortunate. The foundation that was laid in going through Triad and staying in the treatment facility for that term really helped me navigate through some of those mental or emotional challenges that would come up. Distress happens to everybody. Nobody lives a perfect life where there's just rainbows and unicorns all over. You know, there's troubling times. There's a rainy day, for lack of better words. Mm-hmm. You know, how do you navigate through that? And I feel like the skills that I gained through Triad are applicable. I recognize when, I'll use treatment terms, when my distorted thinking is coming up and it's like, man, this is, I can catch it right away before it gets too out of control or into a real negative space, and use the skills that I picked up along the way to reassess the situation. One of the big skills I use is the stop skill, and it's stop, take a step back, observe, and proceed mindfully, STOP. It's super easy. You know, it comes second nature now to where it's like, okay, hold on a second, something's not right. Either take a physical step back, an emotional step back, or a mental step back, observe what's going on. Is what I'm seeing really what it is? You know, okay, now that I know, or I've taken that time out to take a breath or to calm my thoughts or to just recognize what emotions are stirring and potentially the cause, now I can proceed more mindfully towards the goal of being part of the community.
When you think about, and I know that you know, obviously your involvement in this offense, and then, you know, you're entering the community, and there can be, it can prompt people to feel a level or a sense of shame, or, you know, kind of
It can definitely bring up some
that
emotions.
Right. How have you managed some of that, right? Where, you know, where you've had to tell at least bits of your story, not probably the whole of it, but bits of it at least, as you've reintegrated and become part of the community.
That's a good question, because it's going to come up, whether it's in a job interview, meeting new people. It's neat when they get to know me as a person first, prior to recognizing the ankle bracelet and like, oh, what did you do? It's a little more awkward of a conversation. I feel fortunate, touching back into my experience through Triad. You give the life story, you talk about the offense. The lifer groups that I attended while in prison, those are things that come up. How are you going to talk about this? Because it's going to come up at some point. I believe the transparency and openness and honesty of it. I took a life. I had to do the time for it. And throughout that time, there's always the option of, can you do better, stay the same, or get worse? And for the longest time, staying the same was pretty much the par for me. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to really have that shift inside to encourage the healing that allows me to be in a better place, to have better skills, to manage the distress or things. So in talking about it, I'll say it comes pretty easy. And I think not dancing around it or hemming and hawing or making excuses, I think has helped in establishing some of those new connections and friendships that I've made.
Good. Last question for me, and can you just walk us through, what your release plan what looks like, and the strategy for managing. I'm talking about your if you were to be paroled, what would that look like, and how do you maintain going forward?
So I acknowledge I can get very long-winded. I'm going to try to keep it as concise as possible. I have a very diverse group of supporters. I think prior to today, most of these people didn't know each other, but they're all integral part of my life.
These people, just for people who may not know, but there's people here, right,
yeah,
that
the
are
supporters that are present. Sorry, I forgot there's not a camera on that side.
Yeah.
Anytime there's an issue, I have someone that's there I can reach out to, that I'm comfortable having those conversations and equally in sharing back. I don't think there's anyone in that circle of support where if I was to ask them something, they wouldn't have some sort of feedback, and vice versa, knowing that if there's something I can contribute, it would be present, whether it's helping to move or whatever that looks like, just being an ear to listen and putting those mentor skills to work, distress tolerance things, being there for that support on the other end. So life is very busy. That's just how it is adulting, having gone in as a kid with zero responsibilities and learning all these new responsibilities. I'm really grateful, in moving into the apartment there, having the opportunity to establish a place of my own. What does it look like? One of my friends he looks at me kind of silly because the biggest room in the apartment is the living room. Well, where do you spend the most time? Probably in the bedroom. So that's where I put the bed. The tiny room that's in the back, that would be the bedroom traditionally. It's more storage. I'm used to living in a 6x9, so you give me a 9x12, that's a lot of room, with the addition of like another 8x10 and another 8x10 or whatever. So, yeah, I'm kind of getting off track there a little bit, but in order to maintain those things, work is fantastic. I feel very supported. Yesterday was my birthday, and half of the people there, hey, happy birthday, Mike. They gave me a little birthday gift and everything. I wasn't expecting anything like that. That was very welcoming. Anytime there's issues at work or if I don't know how to do something, you know, they don't expect me to know everything. I've only been there 4 or 5 months now, you know, so if I have a question, it's not a derogatory look. It's a, I got you. And a supportive feel. It's a real welcoming community. As far as, let's see, house, work, support, vehicle to and from, you know, the vehicle to and from, it gets me to and from work, you know. Definitely looking forward to being able to upgrade at some point, but it's a fantastic first car. For example, the tire pressure system thing doesn't work right. So it keeps telling me I got a flat tire. Makes me think, well, do I have a spare in the trunk? Let's check. Yep. So I checked the spare. I got the jack. What else do I need? Oh yeah, what about a tire iron? Crap, there's not a tire iron in there. I got to get one now. So that's on the list of adulting things to take care of, paying bills. You know, I'm keeping track of what I need to pay for electricity, rent, car insurance, you know, like when those are due, how does that fit into the budget? Make sure that that money is safe and secure. So that's taken care of. I don't want to risk that security, you know? Are there other areas that I may be forgetting to like to hear more about?
What do you get from the guy sitting next to you?
Oh my God. This guy. So throughout the years prior to getting out, sorry, I'm feeling pretty emotional about that. He's been a huge supporter. Picking up the calls when you call from prison and just the words of wisdom. Something he said years ago that resonated and really prepared me for this was, dude, it's easy in prison. You got 6 decisions. Are you going to breakfast, lunch, and dinner, yard, gym, and when are you going to shower? Everything else you're told to do. Before you eat breakfast, you've already made 1,000 decisions out here. Am I going to shower this morning? What time do I got to do this? Where's my car? You know, all these other things that are going on, like how to manage the time, the responsibilities of other people, you know, when they're texting or calling or managing through that. All those decisions, you know, had I not heard that, it would be really overwhelming, but I've had years to think on that. And just as a most recent example, he's shifted apartments and in moving into a new place, you get new stuff. Here's some stuff I'm not taking with me. Not only is it amazing, you know, it's new to me, even though you might have had some of the stuff, 13 years you're saying? You know, like, it's new to me and it fits perfect. Thank you. You know, like I don't know how to pay that stuff back, you know, as far as, you know, financially it's not a thing or it's this or, you know, I think the best way I can pay that back is just to honor the friendship and either pay it forward to someone else or to be that same person in return for him. You know, when he needs help lugging the sofa up the 3 flights of stairs, I'm a guy he can call, you know? And it's not an I owe you specifically as much as it is a sign of respect, just in general, I think, you know, he gave freely, I give freely, you know, and I think the same goes for anyone sitting in the crowd here and the supporters.
Thank you for that. Other board members have questions?
Just one question for me. But I noticed in the packet lots of just really positive letters of support from coworkers at Frito-Lay, I think it is, where you're working.
Correct.
How have you navigated conversations about your incarceration? Like, what is that? How has that been? What does that look like?
So Frito-Lay is an amazing company to work for. And I'm trying to tell anybody that'll listen that this is a place that if you want to apply for a good job, you go there. The company itself is a fair chance company. They're willing to give felons a second chance. When they do the background check, I believe there's certain things they're looking for, but that's not what they use as a criteria to say no. A lot of the people that I work with have either had the ankle bracelet on, had an OID number, have gone through recovery, have been in institutions and jails, or, you know, had that experience of, man, I've been down on my luck. And it really shows in the community at Frito-Lay, the gratitude for where they're at. You know, being able to, I'll say, support each other there. Having the conversation about my crime doesn't come across as a shocker. Like, oh my gosh, how could you do something like that? As much as it is like, well, that's a terrible decision. You're making better ones though, right? Type of idea, you know, or that doesn't coincide with the person that I'm working with or that I know, you know, that they've gotten to know. They've been very welcoming. Does that touch base to what you were asking?
Yep,
Anything-
absolutely. Thank you.
Anything I could clarify on better?
Nope, you did very well.
Okay.
I don't have a question, but I just want to say you've done a nice job and your letters of support were remarkable.
Thank you.
So let's turn to the supporter here and just have you talk a little bit about what you've seen in the time that he's been out and your assessment of readiness as somebody who gets to be around the people who are coming home. What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are, you know, I've known Mike for 22 years. And when we first met, we were firing gasoline together. And as I turned my life around over the years, went through IFI and continue to this day, giving back and being positive influence to those who are incarcerated and transitioning out. And then, of course, the men that are out here today. It's been a joy to talk to Michael on the phone and hear the things that he's learning and had learned in Triad and how they really fell into alignment with a lot of the things that I learned in IFI. As I dealt with my own shame piece through the men's ministry I'm involved in. And to be able to communicate those real deep lessons learned for positive direction. And to hear a lot of that stuff back from Mike and to be able to know that he's someone that not only listens to my wisdom, but can offer wisdom in exchange that I can use even today. So it's been a privilege.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the work you've done in terms of helping people who are, you know, returning home and who are out and about and active and in those support circles. So thank you for that as well. Let me go from there. So what is it that you seek today, Mr. Bunrock?
Well, I believe as we discussed previously, and we'll just say best case scenario, the potential for moving on to work release phase 2, hopefully with an end date before the holidays. I believe that's kind of where we left off as we were speaking last time, shooting to be home before Thanksgiving-ish, Christmas. Ultimately, whatever comes, I'm just grateful for the opportunity where I'm at, you know, and the freedoms that I've been given, and I can only contribute more moving forward.
All right. Anything else you want us to know before we talk about what we think should happen?
I'm really looking forward to the opportunity. I'll say for that further freedom to be able to attend things without like a week ahead of time reservation and a pass and, you know, all that type of stuff. And I understand that that's all part of ISR, work release, and all those phases. And the optimist in me isn't just looking for tomorrow, it's looking for the future. You know, I'm not in this just for tomorrow or today. I'm out here for the stay, and I'm going to continue on a positive path doing that to reach those goals.
All right. Thank you. With that, I will open this up to the board to talk about thoughts around next steps.
I would
I'd like to-
go ahead.
You go.
I was just going to say, I would make a motion to grant parole, establish a date of, I think, whatever they typically ask for, around 60 to 90 days to allow for agent assignment. I would also support transition to phase 2 work release while once that can be arranged, pending the official release to supervised release.
Second.
Motion in a second. Just to clarify, is that viable? Phase 2 is all no problem. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I do want to clarify that it would be ISR, not SR.
right. The standard, which would be the standard. So I'm going to just make one little, just checking something. What day is Thanksgiving?
27.
We're just going to try. We're going to try. We're going to try to eke this out, but I'd like to have your, to the extent possible, your parole date would be Thanksgiving or the day before, because I think it's in part symbolic of you know, of the work that you've done, and I think you know, what I would hope would be an expectation that you maintain the level of thankfulness that you've talked about, and that you forward that to others as you go forward.
Most definitely.
So that's going to be a squeeze on our side here, the team, but that will be my request and push. All right. So we have a motion and a second. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
and Schnell votes yes. With that, it's a unanimous vote in support of your parole as specified. You would be going out on ISR, as you know, and look forward to seeing your progress and seeing you at Lifer Group and other venues that are appropriate. So good luck to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, you're good. We have one little bit of business here to take care of before we go, but I just wondered if you can get me the name of a contact at Frito. I'd like to just thank them seriously for being a second chance hiring site. That means a lot.
I can definitely do that.
That'd be great.
Must be a huge hockey fan.
Oh, big fan.
Yeah.
So excited to see you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Thank you all for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Good luck with everything.
Yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, we're nearly done here. We just would be looking to get a motion to approve the September 9th, 2025 meeting minutes.
I'll make a motion.
And a second.
Second.
Any corrections, additions? Hearing none. We'll just do a voice vote to the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, passes, and then no public comment. And the next meeting of the Supervised Release Board will be Tuesday, October 14th, 11:15 a.m. here. And with that, I would seek a non-debatable motion for adjournment.
Do we not have, Lillian?
Oh, I'm sorry, we talked about this. We altered the agenda to, we're gonna have a conversation about this at a future, at that board training
Oh,
around the
okay.
policy for that, so that we're all on the same page as to what
Okay.
included in that and reviewing that policy.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Sorry, Chris, I know you were in transit.
Yeah, on that, when we were talking about that. And so we have a motion on that.
Yes, motion.
All right. All right. And we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.